Коллеги, доброе утро. Доброе, да.
Good morning. Good morning indeed. Well, you've been kind of quiet, maybe not entirely awake yet. Who's the first day with us today? Five people are here for the first time. The rest are continuing from yesterday. Good, good. Must have liked it, right? Okay, for those who don't know me, I'm Sergey Yengibaev. I'm a psychologist, psychiatrist, psychotherapist. We will be actively interacting, talking, and I will be basically interrogating the speakers for all the interesting questions. Please make sure you note down all interesting questions in your notepads. For the welcome word, second day address, Olga Troshenko, head of UNFPA country office. The floor is yours, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you everyone for the effort to wake up early. Thank you for showing up. And I see the smiles there. Everybody seems to be happy to participate, to attend. I won't be long in my welcome address. The long one was yesterday. This is Ludmila's creativity ahead of me here. So what we've been doing yesterday, the kind of impression that I got, I hope you've had the same positive impression as myself yesterday, because yesterday, towards the end of the day, I was saying that our speakers are wonderful. The atmosphere is amazing. I enjoyed it myself to the full, and I really uncovered or discovered quite a lot of interesting things for me personally. However, for me personally and for UNFPA at large, of course. However, a few conclusions that I would like to draw from yesterday. Well, first of all, awareness is critical. Every single speaker mentioned that dementia needs to be talked about to not nurture this syndrome of rejection, syndrome of denial. Dementia is not a thing. It's not the case. Do not be afraid at first signs, and even before first signs of dementia, please refer to a specialist. And preferably use the practices from yesterday so that the brain works fine, so that the neural connections, neural links are strong. So that's information, educational component. We will pick it up and take it forward, bring it forward. The importance of intergeneration links, it's also critical. Many speakers noted that. What I've seen in Caritas Austria, when I visited the senior people's home, the dementia department, there's a student campus, kind of like a student campus, to not break down those intergeneration links. I believe this is the way socialization, social inclusion of senior citizens will only improve from that. And also comprehensive approach, that's pretty self-explanatory. Everybody talked about this as well. I was amazed by the kind of feedback that we got yesterday for parkour, and of course the Gert's outfit, the suit. And the colleagues, friends, those who have not tried it out, I'm pretty sure there's going to be additional announcement today and additional invitations. Please feel free to try out that suit. Just putting on that suit basically puts you in the shoes of a person with pre-dementia symptoms, a pre-dementia condition. Some practical exercises, of course, that were featured yesterday. They have been quite nice, they have been quite simple, and I believe a person at any age will find it interesting to work with the brain, to work with those fingers, right and left hemisphere, the feet, the legs. I hope that we'll get to do that today as well. Yesterday, Denise was this, one of the speakers. Denise had a mini family senior people's home, creating the conditions very close to family ones, so very close to a family setting. It's exactly that's exactly what matters, to bring back those intergeneration links and bring back the ability to feel joy, to feel happiness for the people with dementia. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you to our partners, Caritas Belarus, Caritas Austria, Ludmila here, a representative of our medical community that works in this area. Public sector organizations, all the speakers. I hope and looking forward for productive day ahead. So probably I might as well wrap up my welcome address. Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, for the welcome address, Ludmila Zhulevich is offered the welcome address, the floor for the welcome address. Okay, I take that back. Take that back. We have a substitution on the team. Ksiądz Andrei Niskanishkevich, Roman Catholic priest, director of Caritas Belarus. Good morning. Same as yesterday, I believe we won't speak at length for welcome address. Madam Olga, thank you very much for your positive mood at the outset of our forum this morning. Dr. Ludmila, thank you for being here. Dear speakers, thank you again for making it here today. And just like we mentioned yesterday, we are looking at the same situation, but from slightly different perspectives. And this unites us all, today's moment, because for the people with dementia, we must show them that they are, first of all, among their family, among their close ones. This is the most critical bit for the patients with dementia. We've been talking about the time we can dedicate, the time we can give, donate to the people in need, to our close ones. And also about the time that we are not supposed to lose. Lost time is lost brain. To make sure we identify early symptoms as early as possible, and we can help that person in a timely manner. A short story at the outset. This happened when I was pastor in Italy, probably around 2 decades ago. The example of a person that helps the close one with dementia. So it's a small town, small-time settlement in the mountains. So there's a morning, there's a patisserie where they sell croissants, bakery, and one guy is running along. He says, please, let me have some of those croissants. My wife is so fond of them. Well, your wife is with Alzheimer's. Why are you in a rush? He looked at them and say, well, I'll tell you even more. Well, she doesn't even know who I am. She doesn't know her husband, but I know who she is for me. So this is the thing that we as a Catholic cluster, as Caritas, we want to show the dignity of the human being, of the person. That's the most important part in what we do together. Thank you very much. Without further ado, the first speaker of the day. Thank you. Thank you. Now, definitely, Ludmila, you're up. PhD in medical sciences, chief out-of-staff geriatrician of the Ministry of Healthcare of Belarus, head of the Republican Gerontological Center. So, welcome address and her talk. There will be a talk right after. I apologize, my voice seems to be failing me today, but I will try to realize all of my potential to give it up for your benefit. Right, dear friends, dear colleagues, experts in the area, people who are only beginning to gain some knowledge, some education in this domain. I'm very happy that we're together, and day one has shown that there is indeed a lot of interest. There are different facets of this issue, and there is not a single person who would not belong here today and yesterday, and people who do not belong to this situation, because everyone has a way to contribute. And I hope day two is going to be very good. We want to establish a great team here in Belarus to work with dementia, that will work with foreign colleagues who I hope they will share critical bits of knowledge and best practices. And we will be able to share our best practices and implement the best of them, not yet implemented, into actual practice. So I would like to provide some lead-ins. In dementia, there are so many aspects. So am I? Yes, I can flip the slides myself. Great. Talking about the issue of dementia, this was mentioned yesterday, but let's make sure we repeat it 6 times, as psychologists say, to make sure it's engraved into the memory, and it becomes the foremost knowledge on the issue. So the issue of dementia is growing, and the scariest part, well, not really the scariest, but the most unpleasant part, is the fact that it's not just in the group of senior persons. Also in the employable age people, that's happening. People in the employment age develop certain diseases that cause ultimate development of this cognitive area, impairment. That's injuries, that's the technogenic process or technology, that's various hazardous processes where the brain gets to suffer. Some systemic diseases also bring the brain function down. So there is a so-called rejuvenation, or the dementia is getting younger. In this case, we need to make sure that the family is aware, everybody is aware. If people detect any impairment, any sign of impairment in their close ones, the problem might hit them soon. The fact that women women tend to suffer more, it must be related to the physiology. The woman's immune system, this built-in protection that is quite sophisticated. Women feel responsible for the future generations, so she lives longer than men. Women live longer than men. However, this healthy lifespan in Belarus, it's longer among men, whereas unhealthy lifespan, or the time of life at which people are sick, it's longer in women. They live on average 10 years longer than men, but they also get certain old age problems like brain aging and dementia. Yesterday, an emphasis was placed that dementia and old age is not the same, it's not equivalent. There are people who preserve their mentality even when they're of very advanced age. Loneliness is the main risk of dementia. Well, when we talk about geriatric syndromes, people get to ask me, what's that? No such thing as pediatric syndromes or adult syndromes. Geriatric syndromes, yes, they occur, or the onset is when the body is aging. So one of the syndromes, they are divided into 3 categories. One syndrome is related to conditions that bring about pathologic aging, social sphere symptoms, and psychological sphere symptoms. So dementia is a geriatric syndrome that pertains to this psychological domain. But there's another important syndrome that affects loneliness. Well, loneliness, what could be bad about that? Well, he or she, they live alone, nobody's grinding on the nerves, they live this solitary life, and they don't love themselves. Well, no, loneliness is depression. It's depression-induced stress. So watching TV, no speech. Well, the scariest part is watching the telly. Well, not exactly. It's the scariest thing out there, but definitely the television does not contribute to the improvement of cognitive facilities. A book that's needed, reading and reading out loud. That's what saves us. Not the telly, not the TV. So the cognitive process basically transforms, and there are new facets. Well, in the old age, yes. Yes, you can go. You can take a walk. You can come up with certain interests, and you will walk together with those Scandinavian sticks. Well, loneliness is kind of affecting other geriatric syndromes. Hypodynamism, hypodynamia, like lack of movement, body mass index. Well, how come, you might ask? Because you're free to eat whatever you like. It's kind of like nutritional freedom. And there are other factors that contribute to this loneliness. So we always say, the patient got discharged from the hospital with lower extremity fracture.
So he was sent back home. He is alone. Tell me, please, can this person go shopping? No. This person has nobody to talk to over the phone. And his phone bill hasn't been paid. And his refrigerator is empty. And he's sitting around totally alone. What happens after that? Destroyed diet, malnutrition, depression. And when the general practitioner comes to visit this patient, he sees an inadequately conditioned patient, emaciated, and the doctor thinks that this patient must be mentally disturbed. But instead, he should look into the core of the issue. First, feed this person, heat him up, and send to a social environment. This is the recipe, and not the drugs or some final decisions. That is why behind manifestations of dementia, we can find all sorts of other social problems and other challenges. That is why doctors are very careful before they diagnose a patient with dementia. For instance, Alzheimer's disease is diagnosed based on totally objective manifestations that you can see on the brain MRI. There are many more criteria that can allow it to be diagnosed, but vascular dementia is hard to diagnose. That's why this person has to be observed for at least 6 months before he's finally diagnosed as such. I keep saying, when I'm asked how people start aging, I keep saying that people start aging from their brain, because brain is the main guiding mechanism. If you tell him I'm old, then he will switch the old tumbler. So there are many other issues related to the invisible threads that affect the aging process in our brain. What is important for us is educational programs, awareness-raising programs directed at risk mitigation techniques and what can be prevented if we really listened attentively to what doctors have to advise to us. We could have prevented 6.2 million new cases of dementia. But I told you yesterday that people by nature are lazy. When I receive patients and there's a person 45 years old, he tells me, you know what, I must check up my health. I'm asking him, did your neighbor die? He asks, how do you know? But it's always like this. A person comes to see a doctor if he is shocked by the death of his neighbor or friend. But this kind of healthcare habit, which should be brought up from the childhood, is nowhere to be found. Another important thing is the crisis age. All of a sudden, you wake up in the morning and you're pension age. And people never think about it 5 years before they retire. And now we are doing this work, and I hope this project will be approved when we'll be working with the people in order to condition them for their retirement age. What kind of questions should this person be able to answer? the person should say that I can continue working in that profession because I'm strong enough. Secondly, a person could say that, no, I'm not healthy enough to continue. That's why this person has to be reprofiled. Let's look now at what we know when we diagnose dementia. Here, 41.8%. This is when no doctor is required to diagnose this patient because it's too late. Now let's look at what we know. We don't know much because 45% answered that they don't know anything about it, and 43 said that they heard something about it, but they might have heard only one word, which means that our programs must be directed at more active awareness raising. Root causes of dementia are numerous, but for sure, these words are kept repeated. There's the gradation: high mass, body index, high glucose in the blood, and smoking. Why? Because it all affects vessels. Vascular system is affected. Where do we have the finest veins and vascular system? In the head, of course. That's why it is affected the most. Remember, yesterday we spoke about dementia. I'm not going to speak about it again, but here we have a very self-evident slide. See how our brain is bombarded. There are diseases which have 100% negative impact on the vascular system of the brain: hypertension, sugar diabetes, and vascular diseases, and atherosclerosis. So the conclusion is not to smoke, not to eat too much sugar, and monitor one's health indicators. In our gerontological center, we have the so-called longevity passport. The first page of that passport lists parameters that a person should monitor. It's like starting points. Here's a norm, and here's what I have, and what I should target. And this sequence of steps, if you, say, have hypertension or sugar diabetes, all of these things are consequential range of steps which are viewed as not as a recipe, or rather recommendation, both for social activity and physical activity. That's why now we're saying, when people tell us, what can I do about it? I'm already diseased. But I'm telling them, you can prevent further development of dementia, because if you fail monitoring these parameters, then you will start having such problem as vascular dementia. The history of relatives is always the same. They say, my grandmother is inseparable now, but I'm telling them, let's look at what changed the situation. Do not put all the blame on her. Let's try to discuss together with the doctor how we can help that person. And of course, the key problem, or rather key for us, is the early diagnosis, and the success of the early diagnosis much hinges on the people living with that person. It is a key element in prevention, and it is a key element for us to find a solution. Now, all the general practitioners and doctor assistants work under 3 screenings. I'm not going to tell you more about the screenings. You simply can come to us. We will tell you more about them. But these are the 3 screenings. One of them is the cognitive skill evaluation, which allows us not to give 100% certitude of dementia, but at least we can find some telltale signs. And in that case, we can refer that person to a specialist doctor, because the root cause might also be some kind of social factor. This is a well-known test of drawing clock. This is a 45-year-old woman after the COVID-19. See a totally normal woman, 45 years old. But there are some elements when some doctors have a nose for that. And I told them to screen her throughout tests, and that's how she drew the clock. And that's when we started looking for diagnosis, but we found out that she was suffering from brain tumor, unfortunately. I'm not going to go deeper into it because there will be other presentations about this element, but other elements, human rights. You know what? This stigmatization, when people are saying that he's having something wrong in his head, you cannot say that. A person has a problem, and I want to help this person. That is why human rights are of utmost importance to maintain self-esteem. I see when our dementia patients and their relatives bring their grandmother, for instance, and they start talking to her like a little kid. I say, no. What's her name? Nadezhda Pavlovna. Address her as Nadezhda Pavlovna. Respect her, because there are many also legal issues related to that. Quite recently, I was quite taken aback when I saw patients who were suffering from severe dementia, but still legal issues have not been decided about them, and the person is totally incapable of their actions. And then there might be many other issues popping up, including at the on the doctor side, because in the history of diseases, nothing like that is mentioned, and the relatives are mentioning that that person acted strangely, but he was not healthy at the time. And then some litigations might start. And considering that I'm over time, I'm not going into these slides now. I'll skip them, and I will show you some of the interesting projects which we're developing at the moment. I think they're the best thing to showcase our activities. We have active aging school. Why such schools are forming the foundation for us based on the order of the Ministry of Health? Because in every outpatient clinic, such schools will be conducted not only by those people who know how to treat elderly people, but these are specially designed programs for the elderly, which would allow us, in case of some problems, to do the screening for such patients and receive the required knowledge, which would be also useful for relatives if they're lacking some knowledge about dementia. Here you can see a photo from last year. People over 65 were studying in those schools. It's not enough, of course, by far. And what we have at the moment at our Republican Gerontological Center is the so-called neurofitness. Why we call it neurofitness? I know in Russia they have memory cabinets, for instance, so memory offices, but I respect our elderly people, and I decided against calling it memory offices, because when we're asking, where are you going, Maria? I'm going to memory office. What's wrong with your memory then? And it gives birth to a further stigmatization. So we were thinking about our colleagues, and we called it neurofitness. When you're asking, when a person is asked, where are you going? Neurofitness, and the person is respected for that. That's why all of them enjoy going to our neurofitness, both to group and individual exercises. So this is our brand name, basically. Also, we have a school for relatives. This school for relatives focuses not only dementia and awareness raising, but also caregiving practices. Because people, the elderly people with severe dementia, they require a lot of care. So here we're talking not only about care, but also general information and how to organize spatially the environment for the relative. So we can, our relatives can come up with all the answers to their questions. Also, we have a separate school for support and care. We usually work with palliative patients there, because we also have palliative help department, and we are Republican Center for the vegetative conditions and patients who, after some car accidents, ended up in a vegetative state.
Ну да, интересно будет найти, но я думаю, если что, кому-то...
Yes, I think it would be fun to find it.
Слышно меня было?
Now I can hear it. So you can find it on the webpage. I'm always open, and my colleagues are always open and available, and we are actively involved in all such projects. Initially, we had to develop a vertical which would have brought down all these methods to the regions. Ergo, our task now is to work on some of the projects that can be installed at district level. Colleagues, more questions? Hello? More questions, colleagues? Just a second, I'm going to bring over the microphone so that everybody can hear. What would you recommend to novices in the social work field? What they should be mindful when they meet a patient with dementia? Maybe they need to build this and arrange this meeting in a special way and ask special questions to make this work more efficient. You know what? Right here, what we are lacking is the interaction with the healthcare sector, because when you come to the patient, I think of early manifestations of dementia after you dialogue, if you start seeing some minor telltale signs, the most important thing is to start the dialogue with the relatives of that person. Why? Because the correctly set questions for them will provide you with more information than information that you can glean from the patient. Secondly, you should get together with the medical doctor.
Может иметь очень низкий сахар, то есть он
So that person, because that person might have very low sugar level, because
такое
he
состояние
or she doesn't use insulin this way, and that might bring up a condition similar to dementia, and you might look up into the history of diseases. Maybe the person doesn't have a device to measure the blood pressure.
Он тогда
And
должен то есть нельзя
this
забежать.
process of communication then must be longer.
Проблемы надо
Do
принести
it
там еду из магазина
once in a while by
точку.
asking simple questions.
Еще надо
Bring some food from shops and that's it. No,
сидеть. То есть
you must try to have a tea party with that person, talk more with that person to find out what that person is capable of in a regular routine life, whether that person is capable of self-service, because the biggest problem, especially if you're working in villages, is that person capable of heating
Например, может ли он
the room.
выполнить
You could ask that person to make up a cup of tea for you, and you will see how capable that person is to
всё в
boil
порядке.
water and the rest. Because more often than not, we hear from the elderly people, they say, "Don't worry, I'm totally okay."
Хотя бы можно ли его оставить?
This is a denial stage, and you have to verify whether you can leave that person alone at home. Secondly, make sure that this person can
Может быть, даже на
perform
время поместить в дом
all
совместного
the
пребывания, чтобы
regular
понаблюдали за
functions. Maybe you can put this person to a nursery home for a while, but you shouldn't leave that person alone,
поздно. Может быть, беда. Особенно в зимний
because
период.
otherwise it might be too late, especially in winter times when we have many,
пропущенные,
you know,
они начинают блуждать и
roaming
поэтому вот эти вот
elderly
аспекты.
people.
Ну, мы слышим.
Вопрос по скринингам.
Мгм.
Те, которые вы обозначили на слайде. Их можно...
Question about the screenings. Microphone is really silent.
Ну, я услышала, буду говорить, да.
The question about the screenings that you talked about in the slide. Okay, there are three of them. Three of them I've featured. Basically, any social worker can ease them. The Bartel index, or even any person, not necessarily a social worker. Alena yesterday showed those resources, those automated. Yeah, all those screenings are described, are featured there. The reason is the first screening that shows the senile asthenic syndrome. Well, maybe the doctor should be referred to stabilize the condition. The second screening for mental stuff, yes, there could be some deeper problems, the underlying problems that help the person or get the person to stay at home. And the third screening is dependence on external help. It's also very important because if a patient is a sit-at-home one or stay-at-home one, if we see that by index Bartel the patient is cannot function autonomously, they depend on external help, we will not leave them behind. We must bang on every door to make sure that that person is involved in some kind of societal or in some community where they will get help. or we summon the relatives. If the person is unable to take a bath, we will tell the relatives how it should be done and what the periodicity should be. Any further questions, colleagues? I believe there's another important point. The ones that are recording us, the ones that are watching us online, feel free to leave your questions, and we will be able to take them here. Thank you for the wonderful talk. And now, namely, let's switch to practice. I'd like to invite Tatiana Zhuk, head of project activities at Caritas. There will be a small practical exercise. Hi everyone. Don't be scared. Please do not be scared. As I cannot do stuff like Alena Gadalova from back yesterday, but what we're gonna do today is I've picked it up as an example. I'm not a magician. I'm only an apprentice magician. I have 18 months ago, I had become involved into the topic of senior persons, and I'm working on my delirious ideas and my bullcrap ideas on my senior relatives, my mom, my aunt, who's 83. So what I borrowed has been inspired by my trip to Austria and working with the senior people. We're not supposed to strain them hard, but you're supposed to give them some opportunity to move. I hope that you are awake now. If not, that you will become awake pretty soon. As I mentioned, as Alena has said yesterday, I'll mention it the same. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't do it, if you're not getting the knack of it, well, that does not mean you're in pre-dementia. Who can raise the hand up high? Good. Those who can't, okay, not necessarily to lift it high. So this will be the kind of movements to repeat, the kind of moves to repeat. So one thing I'll need you to do is stand up and get into pairs. Okay, Alexandra, you'll be my pair. You'll be my partner. I will somehow, well, find yourself a person next to you, pairs with, there's some space here. Some of you can proceed here. There's more space here at the front. Right, the first task. You count to 5. You count to 5. Okay, so you found your pairs. Okay, perfect. You count to 5 sequentially. One person says 1, the other says 2, then the first one says 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taking turns. Now, you don't pronounce 1 out loud. You just put your hand up. Put your hand up like this. The one who's supposed to say 1 stays silent and just raises the hand, both hands.
2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Двойку.
Okay. Now replace the 2. Substitute the 2 with another move. This move. You don't speak it out loud. You touch your shoulders. So 1 is hands up. The second one is touch your shoulders. Do not pronounce 1 or 2. Replace them with the moves only.
3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. Получается? Тройку
Getting
заменяем.
it done right? Doing good? Now 3. Substitute by hands on the hips move. Do not pronounce 1 or 2 or 3. The only ones left to pronounce is 4 and 5. The rest is in moves.
4, 5. 3 вот было.
Three was hands on the hips. Well, I lost my way myself, confused myself.
4, 5.
4, 5. Getting the knack of it? Right. Replace another number. 4. Hands on the buttocks. So check this out. Well, hands flat on the hips. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are replaced by the moves only.
5. 5. А теперь 5.
Now, replace 5 with yet another move. You slap on your knees. So this is the full sequence of moves. Hands up, touch your shoulders, hands on the hips. That's flat on the hips.
Пять. 3, 4, 5. Возвращаем двойку.
So bring back the 2. 2, 3, 4, 5.
2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. И возвращаем единицу.
And bring back the 1. All 5 numbers are voiced now.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ну что, мне кажется, к этому моменту уже все точно
Right. I believe by now everybody is definitely awake. Everybody's excited. How are you feeling?
Отлично, все.
Great, great. The brain is up and working. Nice. Oh, right. With people eager to have a drink, drinks to get some water. So this was the physical exercise. Right. The next presentation is by Silvia Maya from Austria. That's a wonderful magister, but not just a magister in education in geriatric science. So a master in geriatric science. Validation therapy, a possible way to the heart of people with dementia. Hooray, yay!
Herzlichen Dank für die Einladung hier.
Cordial welcome for the invitation. I thank for the invitation to come to Minsk and participate in this conference. It is indeed an honor for me to be here, to make all this way from Austria and respond to the invitation to deliver a talk. Yes, I have this talk. Basically, we've heard about the possible cases or reasons of dementia, what could be the preventative measures or activities. There is also another aspect. We've been hearing time and time again that social engagement, social inclusion, social participation, integration into a community, the sense of belonging to a community or to a group of people is a very important part, is a very important aspect. That's also important to create certain pulses in the brain, certain brain pulses, to make sure that the intersynaptic links are preserved, are maintained. And when certain changes are brought about or emerge, oftentimes we find a hard time trying to understand the people of dementia because they perceive reality in a different way, unlike us, differently from us. And this makes it complicated to stay in touch with these people, and the contact possibilities are limited. Now I'd like to try and talk to you about how people with dementia perceive our reality, our world, how we should get in touch with them, how we should contact them. Well, basically staying in touch with people who perceive the world around them differently. Some time ago in my career, I found out that the actual proper opportunity to remain in contact, remain in touch with them, is to take steps ourselves. So it's us who is supposed to venture into their world. It's us who is supposed to put ourselves in their shoes, because there's no way that they're going to do the opposite. Well, you think that it's a bit too loud of a requirement, it's a bit too unrealistic, but anyhow, each time that I get to work with people with dementia, I ask a number of questions. What is happening to that person right now? What is that person going through internally? What's their inner world? What does it look like? And then I ask another question. How do I make contact with that person? Oftentimes the situation is like this. Well, sometimes the person is just staying there and we're staying opposite from them, and we're waiting for them to get into contact with us, to enter into contact with us first. But it's impossible. We're supposed to take those first steps ourselves. We're supposed to enter their plane of being. We're supposed to enter their dimension, their perception of reality. And we must realize that they actually have a need to stay in touch. They need human contact to remain human. And this is another question, another important question. How do I gain the trust of those people? Right now I'm in Minsk, and I get to hear so many people that speak this language I cannot understand. And I'm supposed to somehow rely on other alternative sensory organs, other sensory experiences, so that I can feel that somebody is talking to me and not somebody else. Somebody is addressing me, or when it's time for me to pick up the mic and get behind the podium. It's really tough. It's really challenging. It's a big challenge. And my brain is actually tense, quite tense. And of course, I'm supposed to get some positive feedback from you. It's important for me to understand I'm doing stuff right. Actually, that's what allows me, that's what enables me to delve deeper into the world as people with dementia see it. And yes, the name of my presentation, the heart will not get dementia. This is the communication that helps us get through to the minds of people, whatever, regardless of the country. There is some biography, there is some prior experience that people have accumulated throughout their life. It could be some nice memories, could be some nice impressions, some great events, but also traumatic loss. It can also be there. Every person has those pages in their biography, every single one of us as well. So we can check out, we can have a look at the biography of our patients. What were the joys? What were the happy memories they've had? And on the other hand, what were the tragic pages, the sad, black pages, dramatic pages? Now, looking back at my life, I can analyze and I can try to estimate, try to assess the unpleasant situations in my life. But as the patient is growing older, as the person is getting older, as the person is starting to experience cognitive impairment, cognitive changes, their own view upon their own life experiences becomes different. This is where validation comes into play. This is a very important part. We are aware that we cannot change some pages in the biography of these people. That's important. But I can be there for the patient. I can be there next to the patient. And I can help them work through, experience, re-experience, relive those emotions, those feelings that are related to the pages of their own life story. I can be next to them. I can accompany them. What can I do with validation, with the method I'm talking about? I can build the relations with this person, and I can identify certain feelings behind the person's actions, behind the person's attitude or behavior. And I can perceive these feelings and emotions seriously. I can take them seriously. It's also very useful. It's useful to recognize the feeling. And for the person with dementia, it's important to have a person to talk to, an interlocutor you can share this feeling with, so that the burden is relieved upon the person with dementia. So summing up, I can say that it's very important to look behind the scenes, to see the feeling, to see the emotion, to get into resonance with that person. Must be feelings, must be the sensation, and not just try to rely upon the realm of reality, the real actual state of things, and not point out that those realities in some rude, untactful way. Like this. No, you're not supposed to do that. You need to give them, you need to create the feeling, you need to create the sensation that they're being understood and their emotions are being shared. You need to understand that those senior people, those advanced age people, they have a certain life strategy because they've lived long enough to be as old as they are. And they've been coping until a certain point. And right now, I'd like to offer you answering a clear question. Just in your mind, try to answer the following questions in your mind. How are you feeling? How would you feel being in a completely alien environment, in a foreign environment, when I only get the fragmentary understanding from the language spoken to me? You can hear my words interpreted, but when we get to meet each other during the coffee break, and we're trying to discuss using images with the words, we can only do it in fragments because you can't understand the words.
In einer fremden Umgebung bin und nicht genau weiß, wo ich bin. Ich will unbedingt auf die Toilette,
I
aber
feel that if I'm
hinkommen.
in an unknown environment, I'm disoriented.
Meine Blase
For instance,
ist
I need to
aber wohin?
go and
Wohin
find a
soll
bed and know where it is.
Wohin soll ich
I
mich
have a
orientieren?
physiological need. My bladder is
Jemand
bursting, but where to run? Who to
Für verstehen.
approach? How to explain what I need? How to make sure that somebody else understands what I need?
Welches Gefühl steigt da in Ihnen?
And also, think about the following question.
Was von mir
What
erwartet
are
wird,
you
aber
feeling?
ich verstehe nicht, was der andere von mir will.
Do you sense when people are expecting something definitely from you, but you don't know what
Mir
you're
zeigen,
being expected to do? For instance, I can see that the person I'm in contact with, that this person is quite impatient. He keeps telling me that it's time to do something, but I don't know what needs to be done.
die
But I'm
meisten
being required and demanded to do something. What would you feel
merken ihre Vergesslichkeit.
this
Wir haben jetzt
situation? Most of the people, especially initially,
die
they
Menschen
do notice
können.
their
Ja, diese
forgetful, and we have all sorts of symptoms that can
Gedächtnis viel schneller.
be manifest in people with dementia, like memory loss. We know that short-term memory loss is the first telltale sign of dementia. Like, for instance, you tell me something and I tell her that I don't remember what you told me an hour ago, although I do remember that we communicated. That's why I need to go back or rely on the longer term memory. For instance, I fail to find some words which I would require to express or describe some object in reality. I find another word and I want to replace that word with something else, and I see that I'm not being understood, that my interlocutor looks at me with a lack of understanding. I understand that the words I chose are wrong words that I was expected to choose, and I do notice such difficulties in communication, in orientation, and often people start noticing it much earlier. People themselves start noticing it with them much earlier than other people notice it with them. For instance, then social workers, members of the family, they notice that people do not always, or not at every given moment in time, act adequately. But in that phase, we take it tolerantly because all of us work in a social field. But such symptoms are understood and noticed by patients themselves because they do notice them at the earliest stage. What do? They do react, of course. For instance, they can become more self-reserved, more closed down, less socially engaged. They don't want people to notice their powerlessness. Or they choose to find other strategies when they put all the blame on other people. Like, for instance, somebody else is responsible for me feeling wrong. That would be the denial of own responsibility and pointing the finger at somebody else. This slide, I'm going to skip it because it shows some of the symptoms that demonstrate that we are living the normal state in favor of dementia. Some of them have already been mentioned. But anyway, what is important, always important to remember, it is important to remember that there are some proven changes in the brain are manifested. Yes, indeed, some of the cerebral lobes have been affected, but not all of it. Still some competences and skills remain intact, which function well. And if we rely on them and pinpoint them to the person, we will make the life of that patient much easier to manage his stress and be more socially engaged. Besides, there are also such patients who keep saying that they're totally okay, even if we see that obviously there are some changes. But such people with dementia, they believe that they have no problems, they will cope, everything is under control. I've always had everything in control in my life. So once again, I would like to pinpoint this challenge. People have coped with their life throughout the whole course of their life. They've always been doing that. And now, even when they're elderly, old, they still take it as something self-evident that I've been coping my whole life and I can continue coping, and these people don't want to hear that something is wrong with them. No, never. And they see that some things might have changed somewhat in their mind, but they want to be treated with respect anyway. And now a couple of questions for you, for the audience. Do you know any people with dementia? Do you know how they behave? Do you know how you should treat their behavior? And finally, these difficulties in the daily routines, where can they manifest themselves more frequently than not? I would like to showcase 4 examples of people who I know personally, people with dementia, and then I will tell you what such behavioral strategies might mean and how they can be interpreted and how I can help them in the course of validation. For instance, we have Mr. Werner. He's shouting at you. For instance, you're, say, this gentleman's daughter or son, or your social worker or medical doctor, and he's shouting at you, telling that you stole his money, you're a thief. He keeps blaming you for something you haven't done. In reality, I understand that I haven't stolen anything, but Mr. Werner, he does feel this aggression, and he simply cannot tell himself that I'm losing my value as a human being. I'm losing my status, I'm losing my autonomy and independence, and I notice my powerlessness. No, he is not ready to say that. Instead, he is trying to turn it around, and his own value, he manifests it through valuable things, money, like he's losing money, or you stole this gentleman's money, and the ball is on our side of the field. It is our responsibility to find how to approach this person. I'm not trying to convince this person that I haven't stolen his money, that here's your money, or there was no money in your wallet to begin with. No, I'm trying to put myself in this gentleman's shoes, and I'm trying to understand how it can be related to that person's, absent-mindedness. He feels the loss of his status. He used to be respected, revered gentleman even. And if we put ourselves in this gentleman's shoes, and what can we tell him? We can tell him, yes, you have been robbed, and accept what he's saying seriously, and recognize the importance of what he's saying. This is what validation is all about. When you start asking additional questions, somebody stole your money. Who stole it? Where was it stolen? Where did you come to have this money? Is to make sure that Mr. Werner would tell you that I've been working for so many years. I'm an engineer. I've earned this money. And then I will have a more emotional bond with that Mr. Werner. I will know that he would like to be treated as an engineer who has dedicated his whole life to making money or taking care of himself. And this way I will continue my communication. I will confirm and say that, yes, you're an important engineer. You have done this great job. Tell us, please, what kind of work were you doing as an engineer? And he will start telling me, and through this story, I will be able to express my emotions and acceptance of that person. But to go back to the very beginning, if I start talking and discussing the stolen money, it means what? I will have to call up the police, because at the level of reality, we'll have to be looking for the money. But we also realize that we have done it before and there was no money. And then it is our responsibility to find another entry point. And this validation approach allows us to do that, because through validation, we do realize that there can be another reality. There is a reality for our dementia patient, and that person has entered the period of life when he wants to be respected, when he used to be respected, and in that real life, he's invisible. He thinks he doesn't receive enough respect and recognition. That is why a person with dementia makes a wise decision. He goes, or rather falls back into the period of life where he was respected. But directly, there is no road to fall back into that period, of course. But the changes in the brain can lead to such new behavioral patterns. It might sound tricky, but This is something to think about. Yet another key study that I'd like to discuss with you. Mr. Peter, he smashes his fist on the table and says, "That's enough. I'm not going to tolerate it any longer." He's furious. He throws things from the table. This fury is also a symbolic connection to his current status. He does notice changes in himself. He doesn't feel any longer competent enough. And he wants to say that this world, the real world around him, he's incapable of coping with that. And again, we shouldn't tell him that, calm down, you cannot break things, you cannot throw things around, you shouldn't be aggressive. From the reality point of view, it would be the correct reaction, but from the point of view of Mr. Petter, that would be totally useless. It will make him angrier because he doesn't feel himself understood. And with the use of the method of validation, we can go into emotional world of Mr. Petter. And with the validation, we can show respect to that gentleman's feelings. So what feelings does he have? That would be anger, fury, aggression. And I'm trying first to circumnavigate this problem without the use of any drugs, which would curb this gentleman's aggression. Instead, I'm trying to first understand this gentleman's feelings, because such fury and anger, they must be vented somehow. Why? What made you so angry, Mr. Petter? Tell me about it. And I'll be trying to build a good relationship and to resonate with what he is saying. Because I'm taking very close this reality. I'm always with that person. I keep feeling the same emotions. It gives me a chance to mitigate the intensity of that feeling, because validation tells us that painful feelings and emotions can be mitigated if a person sees that they're understood and accepted. But if negative emotions are contented, condemned, and denied, then they only increase. We know about ourselves, when we get furious, we're constantly corrected. We're told that your fury is out of place here. Please come down. Reserve yourself. What are we going to do? We're going to become angrier, more furious. And people who we trust, who we have trustful relationship with, still in the dialogue with such people, we can get positive reaction and understand that this person relates to us, that they agree the reasons that we come up with. Of course, we cannot totally cancel such feelings, but we can mitigate them. Another example would be the case study of an old woman who gets lost in time, in ages, in different stages of her life. She got stuck in her long-term memory, and she's looking for some kind of calmness there. We see that woman in front of the entry door. She's dressed up and wearing a hat, and she keeps saying that I need to go back home. I need to cook dinner for my children. Let me go back home. I cannot stay here. Once again, if we try to reason with that woman at the level of reality, what can we tell her? We can tell her, wait a second, you live here at the nursery home, right? This is where your home is. Your children have grown up already. They live separately. You are not cooking any dinner for them. This is the reality. But people with dementia cannot understand this reality. They cannot bear it, and if they get lost in their biography, and if they get back to the period of their life when they were still a young mother, they have a feeling that they have to take care of their children, that they have to perform the role typical for that period of their life. What can we do about that with validation? Well, once again, we can generate better understanding by building trustworthy relationship. When we start asking, okay, you need to cook dinner for your children. Well, once again, I have the following question. You work directly with people who are suffering from dementia. Say you have met such a person. When talking to that person, you understand that this person is already showing first symptoms of dementia. How can you hint at that in conversation with that person so that he doesn't take it too personally and make it more constructive? Please share your experience.
That's a great and wise question indeed, the way I see it. Yes, thank you for the question. No, indeed, you don't have to say that. I perceive the person the way they are, and that person is indeed with a lot of competence, skills, they will feel it themselves. But not a single person, not one of us likes when our mistakes are being pointed out. For example, some things that I'm not too good at doing. If somebody's paying attention to that, it's not going to benefit anybody. You need to point the resource of the person. If the person is unable even to find their own room, I just pick them up. I take them by the hand. I stay communicating with them, and I bring them to the room. So how people can remain socially active with us, that's the big point. I mean, we must not leave them behind. We must not leave them alone. We must find a path to them so that they would feel that they're being talked to, they're being communicated with. And as long as the person keeps talking, as long as the person's tongue is working, let me put it this way, the person is trying to find the words. Well, it doesn't matter which language they're speaking. If I'm speaking German or I'm trying to speak Russian, you cannot understand me in German right now. But from the viewpoint of my brain, I'm conveying messages to you, many messages, and that's very important. People are supposed to have the possibility, the chance to talk to each other, to interact with each other, and this will slow down the progression of dementia. And this will help them stay active. Are there any further questions? I still have a number of slides here. My final slide here. I've promised to give you 4 examples. I've only given you 3. And yes. Well, I just recapped, I just summarized a couple of examples of what kind of feelings and sensations can hide behind erratic behavior or erratic words. So I would like to invite you to use that parkour thing in the foyer, in the hallway. You can do that parkour exercise, and you can think about the things and sensations, the feelings you're experiencing. This will help one perceive more deeply the reality of our clients, of our patients, and not impose our reality upon them. And then find ourselves surprised. How come they can't enter our reality? Well, they can, because they have their own. Also, they're sometimes stuck in their past, stuck in some pages of their life story. And that is exactly something to be remembered within the framework of our work. This cognizance, this aware access to the person's inner world is important. You must be able to read between the lines. And the validation talks to us in symbols. it speaks to us in symbols. We take an object or we take a person and we use it or him or her as a symbol. People with dementia are using those images as a way to try and come back to the era where they felt well, where they felt fine. One of our jobs is to create, one of our missions is to increase the people's quality of life, to create the setting for them to feel dignified, to feel human dignity. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for listening to me, albeit through interpretation. Yes, I was speaking my own language, German, but I've been trying to provide as deep as possible an insight into this topic. Of course, this topic can be talked about for hours and hours. It can be talked about at length. But when we enter into contact with a person with dementia, that's not just useful for that single person. It's also useful for me. I feel that my work makes sense and I'm doing something useful. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Just one? Silvia, thank you very much. It's been really exciting and interesting. I have a question with regard to what you've said in your talk. Well, definitely the level of validation means a high extent, a high degree of self-validation. Silvia, once again, thank you very much for your talk. I had this question. To work with validation or to apply validation, the staff member that's also a caregiver or a person who's a layperson, a caregiver, they must self-validate. They must be aware of self-validation. Can you tell us about your staff members? If you yourself cannot differentiate your feelings, your emotions, how do you train your employees to be capable of self-validation? Yes, indeed. Sylvia is not holding the microphone right. Can you please provide the mic? No mic, no interpretation. So yes, indeed, there is a multitude of courses in Austria, in other countries. It's self-reflection, or looking into your own self, self-observation. You're also supposed to understand that I, as a person, or you as a person, you bring in some sort of your own feelings, your own emotions, and into this activity. And people with dementia arise certain feelings in me. Some I feel sympathetic towards some of them, so they seem nice to me. Some of them don't seem nice to me. And then, yes, recognizing and becoming aware and admitting those feelings, it's also a skill. Sometimes it takes making a step back from your own emotions, from your own feelings, to try and put on another person's head, to shut down all my sympathies or feeling or antipathies. So what are you trying to tell me? What's behind your attitude? Yes, indeed. I have learned myself during self-validation. So I've faced certain stages in my biography, and yes, I also had to do that. I had to understand what is my responsibility when talking to people with dementia. And I realized that as long as I have some unresolved trauma in my past, that's my responsibility. I've always wanted everything to be well. I've always wanted to help people with dementia. But again, the trauma that's in their head, some traumatic experience from the past, is theirs. All I can do is try and take a few steps together with that person at the end of their life, possibly resolve some issues or help them resolve some issues, so that ultimately these people can satisfy this need. And let's calling it this way, they could die peacefully, at peace with their own, with themselves. I can only take a small section of the path with that person. That's present and future, but not the past. I cannot help them fix the past. But at some point, yes, what I do is enough to get them to say, thank you, Sylvia, for helping me. Sylvia will come back to us a bit later. There's a special panelist session. Are you tired? No, you're not tired. Okay. Let's all stand just for a second, for a minute. Olga, I believe you want to help me in this exercise. Yes, I will ask you to stand next to me here, over here. Yes, let's make a row. Let's make a row. The task right now will be challenging. So you're supposed to put your toe like this, your finger like this. The finger of the neighboring of the second hand, you put it like this. It's kind of like an umbrella over your neighbor's raised index. Yes, yes. Your right hand, index finger up. Your left hand, you make a lid, like a kind of a roof on top of the index finger of your partner. On the count of 3, please catch the neighbor's finger and try to save yours from catching. Catch the finger of Olga. Well, okay, let's make a circle. Let's make a circle. Okay, yeah, this was how it was supposed to be. Maybe you can join these people here. Are you ready? 1, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Right. One more try. Let's do it again. Focus. 1, 2. All right. 3. Now switch of hands. Left index up, right palm covering the index of your neighbor. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Take a seat, please. Have a seat. There's something else coming up. And that would be the talk by Ivana Popovich-Dolic, doctor. We have invited you not just because you're a wonderful expert, you're also the founder of MEMA organization that's part of Alzheimer International Network. And you're not just cooperating with NGOs, you're working with the state as well. So we encourage them to share their experience of working with burnout and preventing burnout. So please, the floor is yours. Again, all the questions, you can put them down as we progress. And those watching us online, do not feel shy. We'll try to pass all the questions over to the respective speakers.
Morning, everyone. Sergey, I will need you through this session. Can you confirm, can you hear me well?
Прекрасно слышно и видно.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, and Nikolai, I believe you are my interpreter, right? I will also need you here.
No, it's Yuri, but Nikolai is going to switch in 7 minutes. Yes.
Okay, Yuri, then I will need you for the beginning of the session. Good morning, everyone. Beside of being a founder of NGO Memo Focus, I'm also being an expert who works with people with dementia. I'm also a psychiatrist and I am a care provider. And for today, my task is, and this topic should cover self-care for caregivers. And just briefly, we will go through the topic of caregiver burnout. We will talk a bit about prolonged stress, signs and symptoms of acute and prolonged stress. But most important, this is your session. This is designed And this is designed as a Q&A session, question and answers session. And for the beginning, I will give you a couple of tools for the self-care. So, Sergey and Yuri, could you help me with this? For the beginning, could we all close our eyes? This is not a command. This is not an imperative. This is just an idea. Anyone who wants to have her or his eyes open, you can go with eyes open. But let's try with eyes closed. Sit comfortably in your chair and just breathe. Slowly breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. Just relax and observe your breathing. In our body, there is a muscle called diaphragm, and it's a very specific, very important muscle. It divides our thoracic from our abdominal cavity, and it's a muscle that helps us breathe, talk, sing, digest, defecate, and it can be regulated by brain without our voluntary force, but we can also regulate diaphragm. So just breathe. And we will naturally continue talk of validation. And it was a great and lovely session. And your last question from the participants is basically introduction to this session. How can we have enough strength to work with people with dementia, with such demands on top of our everyday life challenges in the world that is changing constantly? So for the beginning, try to prolong your exhale. For example, inhale for 4 seconds and exhale for 6. One of the most important cranial nerves is called vagal nerves. Translation would be vagabond, the wandering nerve, because it's very long and it has so many important functions. And it's the central part of our autonomic nervous system, that we call parasympathetic. It's the place where we rest and digest. And our breathing helps us to stimulate vagal nerve. So again, a little bit more. 4 seconds of inhale through your nose and 6 seconds of exhale through your mouth. This is the way how you can naturally stimulate parasympathetic nerve. Slowly you can open your eyes. And this is what we do physiologically. It's called a physiological sigh. You know, when you're tired, when you're under stress, just a couple of seconds before you go to bed. Oh, this is what we do. And it's difficult for us. We say, oh. We breathe, and then we exhale long. Another way to stimulate diaphragm. Sergey, are you here with me? Yuri, is everything fine?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Going fine.
Yes, you're keeping, okay, because I can't see the audience just from the back. And you can do this exercise. This is the tool number one for you, for all of you caregivers. Next thing you can do is just to inhale forcefully, like this. You can hear my voice. And then exhale. Stress response, we will talk a little about that, about stress and stressors and stress response. We do not have time when we work with people with dementia, with demanding situations. We do not have time to use spas, to go for long walks, but always we can use our breathing. So whenever there comes in nursing homes, at your work, a difficult situation, use what Mother Nature has given us. And that's breathing. We know that for 1,000 years. So many meditative practices rely on breathing. And now we know that breathing can change the pressure in liquor, in cerebral fluid that protects our brain. And we know that breathing can affect our emotions, our cognition. And this is one of the most natural, the easiest things, and the cheapest things you can do for yourself. And the last session has been completed with the question what we can do, how to become more resilient. This is one of the ways Sylvia mentioned is observance. This is the way you can start observing your body, your bodily sensations. And breathing is the most natural one to start with. Use what physiology gave us. I believe that this forced inhalation reminds you of crying. This is how we naturally calm our bodies. You can try it once more, but people often report that when we do this forced double inhale and long exhale, we will fall asleep. It's easier for us to fall asleep. Oh, good morning. You can close. Good morning. I'm a psychiatrist, and I work a lot, of course, with people who have dementia, but also I work with general population. So I would kindly ask you, could you introduce a bit yourself? Can you tell me something more about yourself? Who's in the audience? What do you do? I believe social workers, caregivers, informal, formals. Could you introduce yourself?
Давайте мы вот как раз и чуть-чуть познакомимся. Кто готов рассказать, чем
Yeah,
занимается?
that would be a great opportunity for us to get to know each other. Who is ready to tell us who you are and what you are? My name is Елена. I'm a specialist on social work, and I've been specializing in social work for 4 years. I've been retrained recently as a social worker, and I'm a head of a daycare center for the elderly people. Now we have a new service called Daycare Center, and I find the subject that we're discussing here very interesting. That's why we have some clients with dementia, and I'm searching for some answers. And I'm trying to absorb all the information that I'm hearing today and yesterday. In fact, today we've been talking about burnout for caregivers, how to help relatives with dementia. My son, for instance, has a first degree of disability. My husband is taking care of about my son. So this is very close to my heart. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Елена,
Мое
спасибо.
представление, наверное, будет...
Just a second, thank you. My apologies. Спасибо, Elena. So you're very brave and you're innovators with Daycare Center, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Ивана у нас еще есть?
Yes.
Ивана, we have
Continue.
more
Yes,
people.
continue. Thank you. Yes.
Да, продолжайте, конечно, продолжайте.
Немножечко нестандартным. Я не работник социальной сферы.
My
2015 года
presentation will be less standard. I'm not a social worker, but I opened a tourist company which dedicates
возраста.
most of its work to the elderly people. So this is our clientele. I just returned from Uzbekistan. I had one person with a starting dementia. I put him up with myself in the same room. I adopted it to the group who was initially irritated with that person, but then they were quite happy with that person. I opened up the whole world for her because her relatives fenced her in and she's totally asocialized. She's not socializing with anybody. And it was for the first time ever. I took her out. I took her out to walk around freely in Khiva. She was initially very afraid, but then she was ecstatic. Throughout the whole travel, she kept remembering how she was walking around the old town of Khiva, how she was meeting strangers and foreign people, and she was asked who she was. She turned out to be a chemist in the past, and the whole group said that it was a gift for them to change themselves and change those people.
Thank you.
Кто-нибудь?
A lot of challenges for us in everyday life, right? Yes.
Добрый день, меня зовут Вера.
Hello, my name is Vera. I'm a psychologist working at the palliative department in the hospice. Before that, I worked for 15 years as a nurse in gastroenterology department. I had some patients with dementia, quite a lot of them actually, with some accompanying diseases. But in our hospital, we haven't really worked or dedicated our time with them. There was a therapist who just gave them some calming drugs. And I found it interesting how not to curb symptoms, but instead really help that person to socialize, to prolong the functional life of that person as long as possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, and this could be a great note to all of us that we cannot do it on our own, right? Although we are discussing self-help as a tool, but actually we cannot go through this world on our own, right? And if we talk about self-help and well-being as a construct, we need to employ well-being not at the time of crisis. This is not something, what we are discussing today, this morning, is not something that we should employ, you should employ in the time of crisis. Well-being is there for us to grow. The whole concept is designed for us to grow outside the time of crisis, right? So I would kindly ask you now to pair yourself, find your pair. Could you find your pair for a complaint session? This is the tool number 2. Could you pair yourself, meet with your pair, sit in pairs? Could you sit in pairs? And start, one of you.
Сейчас. Да.
Sergey, could
Все
you
нашли
help
пару
me?
себе, да?
Yes, Sergey,
Все,
could you help
отлично.
me? Yeah.
Мы готовы.
We are ready.
One participant, and Yuri, yes, and Sergey. Sergey is psychologist, right? Psychotherapist with us, right?
Да.
Yes, Sergey. Спасибо.
Yes.
One of participants is a care provider, and he or she should listen very carefully what the other person has to say. And the other person is complaining. Start complaining. Whatever there it is, about your life, about your husband, about your wife, about your children, about your co-workers, about people with dementia. Start complaining. Svekrov, in Serbian it's svekrva, mother-in-law. Start complaining, and complain really bad. Start complaining. And the one who's listening,
Иван, я надеюсь, вы слышите, какой здесь гул стоит.
Yes, it should be.
Ivan, I hope you can hear the crowd.
I can understand Russian or Belarusian. I can understand what Sergey is saying to me. And it shouldn't be funny, you know. Don't make fun out of this. It's very serious session. Sergey. Sergey, can you hear me?
Коллеги, сейчас давайте послушаем Ивану.
It shouldn't be fun.
Ивана, секундочку.
Okay, it shouldn't be funny. It should be a real complaint. Ask care providers to, how to say it, помог, to help those who are complaining, to complain a lot. Let them say, oh, really? Is that terrible? Tell me more about it. Tell me more.
Услышали, да? Что очень внимательно включаемся, слушаем того, кто жалуется.
Yes.
Okay, you have heard what she said. You have to be more engaged. Listen carefully to what you're being told.
Мы как от имени
Ivana is asking.
или свои реальные какие-то можно жаловаться.
Somebody's asking me. Do we complain as an old person or as somebody else?
Прикол.
Just the regular complaint session. You met at the work and start complaining. This is
Обычные ваши жалобы.
жалобы обычные.
Все, новая порция гула.
Новая порция.
Again, you hear the crowd.
Yes. It should be terrible. It should sound terrible. Sergey, okay, we can wrap up this session. Hello, Sergey. We can wrap up, close with this session.
Коллеги, завершаем чуть-чуть, да.
Да.
Okay, we are wrapping up.
Ящик Пандоры.
Okay, we have opened the Pandora's box.
Завершаемся, возвращаемся сюда.
We gradually wrap it up.
Yes, Pandora box is open. And how do you feel? Can you tell me, the care providers, how did you feel?
Коллеги, возвращаемся. Как вы себя чувствуете, скажите, пожалуйста.
Care providers, how did you feel?
Отлично.
Отлично? Is it that funny to complain?
А расскажите, пожалуйста, вот, да, как раз кто говорил отлично.
Tell us, please, those people who said very good. Explain why you feel good.
Ну, как это было? Просто когда выговариваешься,
Well, how was it?
говоришь,
When I speak
волнует.
out my mind, whenever you're told what is close to your heart, you feel your
Рядом со мной сидит,
emotions being vented.
которого я знаю, да? Он
I'm
знает
sitting
все,
close to the person who I know very well.
ну, немножко вот
That person knows all my
те моменты, на которые я могу
problems,
жаловаться. Даже если этот
things
человек
that I can complain about.
знаком, все равно
Even
мне
if
легче
that
от этого, что я ему это
person
сказала.
is somebody
Не
I
знаю, как
know,
вот, если, например, говорить
Still, I feel much
незнакомому
better
человеку,
after I've
если, например,
vented
посмотреть
my
со
mind.
стороны,
I
например,
know
со
how
мной
I would feel if I do the same to the person I wouldn't know, or if there were a person with dementia telling me all these complaints. I know I would have listened to that person. Maybe I would have started to feel compassion towards him, because we work with the elderly. We have learned how to do that, how to listen and how to hear.
Спасибо большое.
To support.
Еще кто готов поделиться,
Thank you
как
very
себя
much.
чувствует?
Will there be somebody else who is ready to share?
Да.
Is there anyone else?
Yes. And
the ones who were care providers, any impressions? From the ones who were listening?
Мгм. Хорошо. Да, сейчас, секунду.
Okay, just a second.
Так, ну я хотела поделиться, но мне довольно комфортно в
I
этой
would
роли.
like to share. I felt quite comfortable in that role because this is part of my profession as a psychologist. So it was quite a normal experience for me. It's great when some strange
Мне сподобалось.
person is sharing his or her thoughts with me. So I felt quite comfortable about that.
Привычно. Мгм. А у кого
So it was
другое?
interesting and comfortable.
Кому было сложно?
Who doesn't
Вот.
share this opinion? Who found it difficult? If I may, my name is Tatiana. I'm head of the Department of Social Rehabilitation from Novogrudok, psychoneurological nursing home. From my own practical experience, when I come to work, as soon as I start seeing people, I start hearing the complaints, and you stop hearing them only when you leave your job. And emotionally, it's very hard to not to be inspired by that, because otherwise you burn out easily. So that these complaints do not stay in your heart. Then burnout is less likely. Then you would enjoy going to your work and calmly return back home to your family. So this is what I can say about complaints. Otherwise, it might be quite difficult because people with a disease, if they have one episode, one situation that they remember, and when you work with a person until, say, 4 p.m., according to the recommendations of the doctor, the person can work for 4 hours in a row, and he's sitting next to you, and for 4 hours, this person, one single episode, even if it consists of 8 words in 2 sentences, you are listening to that for 4 hours with time, you get used to that. It's like a radio in the background. When you're cooking something, you hear that. But still, you should nod your head, say, yes, I'm listening what you're saying. Yes, yes, continue, carry on. When a person is blaming somebody, am I right? He keeps asking for a confirmation of something from you. You should give that confirmation.
And thank you very much. We heard 2 very important terms. A previous speaker told us that it's very important to vent. This was tool number 2, to ventilate, how we can ease our burden, our stress is to ventilate. But you also used the term burnout, and it looks like that burnout is the term of our century. It's the term of this moment. What would you like to learn from this session? It's question and answer session. I prepared a little bit for you on burnout, on reactions, on stress, but what would you like to learn or take home from this session? I mean, I have my own fantasies, and this is how I envision it, to give you a couple of tools to dance with stress. But one of the tools is, of course, knowledge and a couple of information. But aside of that, what would you like to hear?
Коллеги, есть ли вопросы прямо сейчас? У меня, потому что точно есть.
Colleagues, do you have questions right away? Because I do.
What would you like to learn?
У меня вопрос. Если как вот
I have a question.
как
How,
если видишь коллегу, сотрудника,
If
с
one
которым
sees
работаешь, который работает
a
с такими
colleague or a person you're working with,
очень
your coworker working with such severe cases, and from
человека выгорание, но человек
as a bystander, you see that the person is suffering from a burnout, but my coworker simply doesn't want to recognize it. She doesn't want to be a part.
особенностей или каких-то других. Какие вот технологии и методы привлечения этих людей и
They're
родственников?
shy or something else. Are there any technologies to engage such people with burnout and their relatives, maybe? Those people who are in denial, they don't recognize the fact that they are suffering from burnout. Is there a way to engage them? Although it is self-evident for a bystander.
Do you know, thank you very much for your question. Are you all aware of symptoms of burnout and what actually burnout is? I will give you an answer, what I think as a psychiatrist, as a healthcare professional.
Да, мы здесь вчера тоже говорили про симптомы.
Yes,
Okay.
Yesterday we were discussing the symptoms of a burnout.
Yes, this is so. The only thing I will now repeat from burnout is that, and when it comes to self-care, is that we cannot do this thing alone. Women are especially very prone to react on changes in social surroundings. We are breathing and living with changes in our social surroundings. So not a lot of things can be just your own responsibility. And when it comes to a professional, I mean, in general, burnout is work-related stress. And we need to share responsibility with our managers. We need to share responsibility with people who are responsible for workload, organizational work, work harmony, and everything related to work. So this is primarily responsibility of your managers to be aware of the burnout and that burnouts can happen and that there is an immediate need for some changes. Is one person. So in Western Europe, this is a huge topic. And for a couple of years now, I think it's 2017, 9 European countries recognize burnout as work-related disease. It wasn't like that just a couple of years ago. In Sweden, there is even a specific diagnosis in ICD-10 classification of psychiatric diseases. So there are some even legally repercussions for managers and those who organize work if we do not cultivate the culture of well-being in our work. So the first man who needs to be responsible for the burnout at the workplace is the manager, is the one who runs the business. And then, of course, you can employ all of your goodwill and strategies to help the person, to ask, to help people to go and ask for help from a professional. But this is a joint venture. The ones who are responsible for organization of the work and the ones who are working directly in the field.
А как, собственно, тогда руководителю наладить вот
Could you
связь?
tell about the way for the manager to establish rapport, to establish connection?
Well, there should be some policies that should directly be imperative for managers to cultivate the good, the good working culture. And burnout as a term came to our attention during 1970s. It was two scientists, Freudenberger. Did you hear about them? Christina Maslach and Herbert Freudenberger. They were the ones, it was the specific time in our history where we became painfully aware that the social changes that we were expecting during 60s are not going to happen. This is the very first time in history, in mid-70s, that productive of workers, work production was increasing, but the salaries for workers were not. And this is really very specific and this was a very vulnerable point in our history and things didn't change. So we need to change the whole culture of work. And there is a huge movement in Western countries to improve working conditions for workers, because if we are employing only imperative for self-care and self-help, this is not going to work. This is another, additional pressure on workers that everything is on them, that everything needs to be on them, which is not the truth. We are now trying to employ throughout these sessions to employ strategies to help each other, to help our coworkers, to turn to psychologists, to turn to psychiatrists. But if the question is for the managers and for the ones who are responsible for organization of the work, then the national policies need to regulate that. And for some of the countries in Europe, it's really highly regulated. 9 European countries recognize that this is an issue, and this is the joint and national issue, not just the personal issue.
Спасибо большое. У нас есть еще
Right, thank you very much. There seems to be one more question from the audience, right from the get-go. Hold the mic closer.
У меня есть такое питание.
Right, so I have this question. I'm a private practitioner. I've never worked for a state-run institution. And from the things I'm hearing is this more burnout. In private practice, let me rephrase. In private practice, you have more flexibility to build your work in such a way that you won't burn out. You can alternate difficult and some less difficult clients, and challenging, less challenging. You can take breaks and so on. How can you do it in a state-run institution when there is a huge stream of people passing through you, and all of them are challenging, most of them are challenging? You don't have a chance to break. You don't have the chance to restore your resources. How can you salvage? How can you save yourself in this condition? How in the state-run institution setting? Prevention of burnout. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. If this is our initial standing that we cannot change anything in our working environment, then we will start with changing ourselves. And then this is the time to cultivate well-being. The time, let's go then to cultivate well-being, to be very reflective about our own emotional strategies we employ during work, and to be very observant. We discussed at the beginning of this session, I mentioned 2 parts of our autonomous nervous system, which is sympathetic and parasympathetic. The sympathetic one is responsible for fight or flight reactions at the times when we are directly endangered, and they work to save us. And this is what is happening during stressful reactions. And if this is the case, then, and presumably even in burnout, in burnout atmosphere, this is also happening, then we will react and not to respond. We are trying now to cultivate parasympathetic activity and activities where we will respond and not react. And I was trying to give you a couple of simple tools to try to reflect your own feelings, your own emotions, your behavior, your actions, your thoughts and your actions. This precious time where we are engaged in parasympathetic activity, this is very important, because this position of rest and digest will give us time to think and resonate with our emotions, to deeply perceive why we are feeling, why do we feel negative emotions to that person who's sitting just in front of us, whether it's a person with dementia, whether it's our colleague. We need to have strength. If we have chosen, I truly believe that being a healthcare provider, social worker, caregiver is the same thing as being a priest. And I think that this is a special call. It's not a profession, it's a special call. And sometimes I truly believe that our main task is to find people who are highly motivated. You cannot learn a lot of things. Of course, you can adopt strategies, but we need to find people that have a capacity, resilience, and how to say, a good will to work with people with dementia. This is also, it stands for psychologists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists. We need to search better and to find us. And just to try to connect our thoughts, emotions, and behavior. And this is what we are now trying to learn. And I will now, just because we do not have enough time, we have 5 minutes left, I will just tell you something more about some strategies to help you dance with stress, because stressors will not be gone. It doesn't look like that. We are under a huge pressure around us. So we learned something about breathing. Did you hear about mindfulness? Do you know what mindfulness is?
Поднимите руки, да, кто?
Show of hands, who has heard about the practice of mindfulness? Okay, maybe most people have heard about it.
Yeah. So did you practice mindfulness actively ever? Do you know how it...
Кивают головой, Ивана.
Нет, нет. Ага, so it goes something like
Кивают,
this.
что да.
Yes, people are nodding yes. People are nodding yes.
Okay. And diet. Do you know why diet is so important for us? Diet, regular exercise, regular sleep. There are some tricks you can employ to run our circadian rhythm right. From the time you wake up, if the sky is clear, if the weather is right, you can start watching at the horizon, low at the horizon. It's not the sun gazing. We need to get circadian rhythm employed and melatonergic system employed. You can take 10 minutes looking at the horizon every day, 20 minutes if the weather is bad. For example, to get the circadian rhythm running and to get a regular sleep. Do you know, have you heard of non-sleep deep rest, which you can employ at the workplace if, as a colleague of mine said, there are a lot of patients, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, families. Have you heard of non-sleep deep rest techniques? You can search about on the internet. It's a
Говорят, что нет.
Нет, it's a 15 minutes practice, 15-minute practice of deep rest. It's almost like meditation where you can lie on your bed or sit on a table and deeply rest just for 15 minutes. There are specific instructions on the internet how to do that, and it can be employed during regular working hours. Then, of course, social connection and a bit of practicing of positive psychology and positive emotions like gratitude.
Я помню, что самое важное здесь действительно до 15 минут.
Yes, I remember up to 15 minutes, not longer, right? So deep rest without sleep.
Not longer. I can leave you with a web page where you can find clear instructions for non-sleep deep rest that you can employ even at your workplace. You can employ mindfulness sessions. They do not last longer than some 20 minutes to 30 minutes. And for those who do not know mindfulness, can we do a practice, Sergey, now?
Я думаю, что можем. Да,
as in right now? Yes, we do have a couple of minutes if that suffices.
Yes. These are all techniques that you can employ at your workplace. Venting, breathing, relaxing, helping your body to recover, because the consequences of burnout are not just emotional and psychological, they are also physiological. And this is why we are employing all of these techniques. It was the ex-Soviet Union authors in 1978 who first discovered that there are hormonal and physiological changes on our health when it comes to chronic stress. So you can sit comfortably in your chair, relax, your hands on your knees, on your thighs. Again, kind request to close your eyes. The one who feels uncomfortable with closing your eyes, do not have to. Feel your body, feel your toes, feel that you're grounded, feel the chair you're sitting on, feel the body parts that are pressured by the chair you're sitting on. Feel the breathing. Hear the sounds around you. Try to hear the sounds around you. Just note them, notice them. If it's raining, if people are laughing, if just some humming noise, if it's the public transportation, and let it go past by you. Just note them. Then notice your thoughts. They're there, they're present, they're in your head. Just note them, whether they're difficult, whether you're counting, oh, when is this training going to be over, or what are my children doing, what am I going to do for the weekend. No matter how difficult they are, just note them. Let them be there with you. Don't dig the hole of 3 meters or 2 meters deep. Just note them and let them go. And then, again, notice your body sensation. Your back, does it hurt? Are they under pressure? Your neck. Oh. Feel the strength of your body. Feel the breathing pattern. Inhale and exhale. That your body is functioning right, that everything is in order. Hear the sounds again in the surrounding and let them pass by you. You can hear the world is alive. And again, you're breathing. Let it sit there for a moment. You can hear my voice, Yuri's voice. Again, feel your toes, your thighs, and your arms. And awake slowly. Be observant. Burnout is a term of an era around the world, but we heard that on previous session, and the term of this session is also observance. Notice, be observant of your emotions, bodily sensations, and respond. Do not react. Take your time, always take your time. Be with your loved ones, be there for your patients, be there for your colleagues. We cannot go through these very challenging times alone. We can do it together. Thank you for your time. And if there are any questions, of
Ивана,
course.
спасибо большое.
Yes.
Есть еще какой-нибудь вопрос? Все уже перезагрузились, кивают.
Any further questions? Everybody is rebooted now. A reset has worked. That pause, brief mindfulness session did work. Thank you very much. It has been an amazing session indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Спасибо, да. Коллеги, у нас с вами...
Right, colleagues, coffee break in store for us. We're back here at 12 on the dot, but let's make it 5-2, because at noon sharp, we need to start. During this break, please remember there is this parkour exercise. Please visit all the stations and try to put yourself in the shoes of a person with dementia. You don't have to try hard. Don't have to try hard. All you have to do is just feel the atmosphere, feel the setting, feel the process. Secondly, there's a great photo area and a great photographer. You can take your pictures and have your pictures taken. And please submit your headsets for interpretation to the registration desk. Thank you.
Today. People are taking their photos. I'll go and hurry them up, but we can start. I will introduce to those people who don't know. Alena Stanislavchik is the representative of the Belarusian Association of Social Workers of Belarus. And today we're going to discuss how specialists use the healthcare system, how healthcare specialists use online and mobile resources. Not only that, we will talk about other related things. Let's give it up to our speaker now. Thank you very much. Can you put my presentation about the mobile app on the screen? Yes. I'm glad to see the familiar faces from yesterday. I see those people who know and who have tested it already. I hope you haven't spoiled the experience before the others, because we have to choose a new victim for today. Vera, I hope you were not too eloquent about your yesterday's experience. For the newcomers, don't be afraid. It's not that terrible. Yes, we have a person with experience, and she can also tell you how to survive that experience later on. Now, I suggest we start with the presentation, because here we mostly have people from yesterday. I'm not going to repeat stuff that I mentioned yesterday. I will just jump through the main things, and I have already received some questions from specialists about the mobile app. That's why I'm going to focus now on the questions that were asked. For those people who have joined us today for the first time, my task here is to tell you about those mobile instruments which can be used, which are open source instruments. If you are a medical professional, and you can freely recommend this instrument both to the elderly people and their relatives for either self-control or control of their health, to monitor their status and to correctly organize the care. And especially if we speak about territorial centers of social services, our territorial centers already offer such a service, which is openly available in different districts, I know, is training relatives and caretakers on how to do the proper caregiving. So for the new people, I'm going to tell you about the mobile app developed by our association together with our colleagues, and I strongly recommend to refer people to this instrument because it's easy and free of charge for relatives whenever you organize trainings and exercises for relatives, because it helps a lot in the care. It is easy to use, and most importantly, it helps better structure one's time, one's knowledge, better structure approach to how better organize the care. Whenever you do training, you of course speak about time management, correct care management, and also one of the chief questions is about the health monitoring. I'm not going to go deeper into this because you actually can watch the recording about this. There are all sorts of other instruments available, the so-called smart devices that are very helpful for any person with whatever disabilities that person is suffering from, mental or physical. And I announced it yesterday, and I'm going to tell you today. If you find it interesting, our association has a detailed description, and we can email it to you, description of any instruments that can help organize the space and environment for the elderly person, how to better organize this space, how to set it up, what instruments and devices should we be most mindful of. You can write directly to the Association of Social Workers. Those of people who were with me today saw my email at the end of the presentation. Those of you who are here with us today will see it at the end of my presentation. And for the instruments, I will mention it once again. For the newcomers, those instruments which are developed by international organizations and by the Belarusian Association of Social Workers that we are working on and developing together with our colleagues. First of all, we rely on the recommendations developed by the WHO, the recommendations about prevention of cognitive disorders and dementia. There are a total of 12 principal questions that it makes sense to focus on, that we need to focus on, and that we need to control in order to prevent worsening or deterioration of cognitive skills and mitigate the risk of dementia. Here we have 6 of them. I'm not going in detail about that. You can read it out on the page. This is the simplest thing to do. Physical activity, of course, no to smoking, no to alcohol. Also, basically what we were doing today, different exercises to maintain or develop cognitive skills. All of this must be included into the programs and courses for the relatives. I don't know whether there is any standardized program. I haven't seen such for territorial centers. I know that many territorial centers are trying to develop something of their own when they train how to do care. But anyway, this is a go-to guide for you, what to focus the attention of the relatives when you will be training them. As for the health monitoring, we need to monitor weight, blood pressure, cholesterol level, sugar level, atherosclerosis, what we were discussing, vascular diseases, mental control, for sure. I already mentioned it yesterday, and colleagues approached me and asked me this, whether there are some easy-to-use instruments. When we speak about new information, are there easy-to-use instruments for social workers or for non-medical professionals in order to diagnose or maybe to recommend relatives to go to a doctor for verification? One of such instruments was the drawing of the clock, and there are easy instruments. And as for that, you can approach us also. We can share such easy express tests which can be used by social workers when working with the elderly at the daycare centers, for instance. Among the instruments which you might find useful, WHO has a mobile app. You can download it on the WHO webpage. It is, first of all, intended for the use by medical professionals, but it can be equally helpful for specialists from social facilities because it helps and explains very well how to do control and measurements of physical condition of the person in order to predetermine the level of dependency on physical care. And there are also video tutorials showing how it can be done. Now, speaking about our instrument that you're free to use, I know that many people have downloaded this app already. This is a mobile app for elderly care, and it is available on our webpage of the Belarusian Association of Social Workers. And one of the questions asked yesterday, the actual webpage, so far, we don't have links to the actual shops because there were some technical questions and restrictions because of the sanctions. We are trying to find a solution for that, but there is a separate link to download the file itself. You click on that link, and after that, you will be able to download it on your mobile phone and install it as a separate app. How helpful is it for specialists? What Ludmila Averkina mentioned today, the instruments that she mentioned, the Barter index, to decide how functional a person is, what difficulties that person experiences, what care needs that person has. And all of this is inbuilt into this instrument about the cognitive evaluation, everything. It is part of our app. This instrument is fully automated. And there is a separate tab for specialists, and it works to help you. Because colleagues approached me and asking questions, you can recommend it to your colleagues and use it yourselves to assess the condition or status of the person, to understand what kind of interventions are required. This is for you to develop your care plan. As for relatives, they can also use it. We have a second tab or chapter. There are two tabs, one for medical professionals, another for caregivers. For caregivers, they have a much simpler system of assessment, easier questions, but basically it works also in the same way by helping caregivers to assess what problems they have and what can be done about that. And as for the health monitoring, something is wrong here. And as for health monitoring, there's a separate diary there, a diary for health monitoring, which helps a relative or caregiver to monitor the health condition. I already mentioned it before the specialist. I will repeat it once again. And those people who have joined us online, it is very important for you to register, sign in yourselves, and go through this as a relative, through the relative tab. You try go through this yourself so that you would be able to give advice to others how to use it. And in spite of the fact that these examples might be simple looking, but a person might find some difficulty there, and after the first or second snag, they will stop using it. So if you are organizing the care plan, you should tell about this instrument and tell exactly how it works. So you go through all the tutorials and instructions how to correctly measure, because it will be useful for you as a specialist as well, how arterial pressure is measured, for instance, or when and how blood sugar is measured. And only after that, you'll be able to give practical advice to relatives. It's very important. And this instrument, in principle, allows you to do self-control of your own health. It helps, really. Second advice about the risk factors for non-infectious diseases. I mentioned it already that it is important for you to work because the app itself draws attention to different factors. For instance, if we're saying that person is suffering from alcoholism, for instance, not every person understands whether they're alcoholic or not. For instance, they ask a psychiatrist, if I drink one glass of wine per day, am I alcoholic or not? So basically, there are instructions there that show how many glasses per day denote that a person is suffering from alcoholism. And another important aspect, which forces us to strongly recommend it to others, there is a separate chapter. I'm talking to newcomers now. There is a special useful information chapter which unites all sorts of videos, materials, instruments useful for relatives and caregivers, how to properly organize the care and diet. It was prepared by psychologists and professional gerontologists. All the information that we can really recommend. It's not like taken randomly from internet. These are recommendations of really respected professionals. And actually, I have another recommendation for specialists, such selections of videos. And no, I will say differently. It's better for you to have your own selection, and especially for caregivers, those of them who are experiencing difficulties in installing this mobile app, you can do training even by inviting them and by putting this video up. We have some some difficulties because there can be different caregivers. If a care is given by a person who is also elderly, often we see that they're simply incapable of either installing or using a mobile app, but they're still capable of using some other instruments owing to you. If you organize some lectures, even if you don't organize it yourself, but you can put it on screen saying that on such and such a date, we're going to watch a video on how to properly organize a space or environment for your relative. You don't need to be an expert here. You just show this video. So remember that. Also, we have a site for families taking care of people with mental disabilities. And there we're going to place additional information that many people, all I think, will find helpful. And another thing worthy of your attention, we have a free of charge hotline about human rights of people with disabilities. Either people with disabilities themselves or their relatives are free to use this hotline. Here we have also my contact details for those of you who didn't catch it yesterday and the new ones. Here you can see my email. You can write to me if you're interested in some specific materials. If you experience difficulties in using different resources, and back to the questions that I was asked, and I will repeat it once again. If there is a need to organize a training for your specialists on how to use this instrument, we can simply organize a separate course for you. You just give me a phone call or write to me for that. So this is instrument number one that I wanted to share with you. And now, the most interesting part. Yesterday and today, quite frequently, we hear, whenever we discussed care, the importance of empathy. Yesterday, when we were discussing what needs to be done, right? And now, I have a request. We have only 3 people, the new ones, right? Only 3 new ones. And while I'm giving you the presentation, we need a person who is not aware of the content of this presentation. We need a volunteer. I already see one. I see the hand, the raised hand. So our volunteer will have to leave this room together with my assistant. But before you leave, I know this volunteer. Yelena, please approach me. Yes, Elena, please approach. And I have tell you what person can do. Give the person a compliment, depending on who likes compliments. Women like what? Like compliments about the makeup, the jewelry. Try to watch how a compliment can change attitudes. Look at the cashier when you're at a shop late night. If you tell her, oh, you have a beautiful makeup, it changes her dramatically. The same is true about people with dementia. Again, it works differently with different stages of dementia, but still, it can be quite helpful in building the relationship of trust. When I come to visit our clubs, and it's quite automatic with me now, and then all the grandmothers who come in, they start thinking that I'm their daughter or granddaughter or something, but I've never seen them before. And such kind of relationship of trust is built like this. Again, wrong move. Here, a person with dementia is still a person with feelings, emotions, and decency, although that person's brain is deteriorating, is breaking away. But our task is to make life comfortable for that person and for ourselves. You are also important, as I said yesterday. You as a caregiver or as an official from a nursery home or hospital. Non-verbal techniques, calmness, balance. For instance, if there is some unpleasant situation, you should leave the room better. Breathe deeply, put on a smile, and re-enter. That will simply reduce the risk of subsequent aggression or a fight that the caregiver might be sorry about later on. Visual contact, physical contact if necessary. That would be hugs, taking the person's hand very carefully. People like very much when you nicely patting on their back. Again, it depends on the person. Some people are ready, others are not ready for that. You have to test it. Try different things. What other techniques do we have? Visual techniques. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it in Russian, only in English. These are the cards. They're very good working with children with autism. In fact, you can do similar cards yourself by pasting all sorts of Soviet-style devices like Soviet-style dial phone that our grandmothers understand. Metaphors based on my grandmother Anya. I remember she believed in different stories that it took me 3 days to by train, by plane, by dogs and horses to reach her. And she believed all of that. She took it for real. And some metaphors like hit or flog the dead horse, for instance. When I mentioned that famous saying, flog the dead horse, she was saying, really, horse? Who? There's a dead horse? Or it's raining cats and dogs. She kept asking, cats and dogs, what? Smiling humor is very good. It's very advisable. My grandmother Anya, for instance, she liked very much some themes. I like some themes that she's happy about. For instance, I asked her, Anya, should I get married? She liked it very much about marriage. No, you shouldn't, because otherwise you will never stop cooking or washing clothes. And every day she liked discussing this. So you should have it as a ready-to-use topic. If you know that this topic causes positive emotions, you can repeat it. So this cooking, food, and washing clothes were repeated every day. Also, another thing she liked to discuss is working relationship. My grandmother Anya was like this tall, and she went to her work in Kazakhstan by a camel. She still remembered the smell of that camel. And if you use this camel as a metaphor, something that she starts telling you about the camel, she has better mood and everything. So that story about camel, can you imagine how many times I heard it? But anyway, it helps. We have communicated. She, of course, never remembers what she told me next time we meet, but it's important for me to make her happy. Again, reminiscence technique. People orient themselves much better in the past than in the present. You can prepare a box of memories, regular shoebox where you can put pieces of old clothes, some, dry flowers. You can find this stuff in internet. It's good for tactile movement, and it's good to train a person's memory. And a person likes such stories. Again, the more you know about your relative or your church, the better, because some topics, for instance, cause tears, especially if you mention the war. People start crying, remembering their loved ones who were killed. Music, photographs, games for nursery homes, for instance. Few pieces of toys, something from the Soviet past works better, and anybody can be offered a choice of selection, and then they should tell something about this object, whatever they can. Like, I used to have such a toy, depending on the level of dementia, and the stories that you remember each time. You might use them in the conversation, knowing that they cause positive emotions. Also, the communication must be nice both for you and your charge. Once again, you're in bad mood, for instance. You still have to go to your work. You need to visit that grandmother. And these stories help because the person feels that you talk to that person. It didn't take you too much to listen to that story that you've had before. You make a few compliments. Everybody's happy. You're satisfied with your work. The old woman is happy that somebody communicated with her. Everything is good. It's a win-win situation. Nobody wants to be alone. There is also type of behavior when a person He's no longer capable of speech. It means different things. The person might feel lonely. People feel lonely quite a lot. Even people with a deteriorating brain, they don't understand where they are. They don't recognize people around them. Can you imagine how scared they are? And what can this strange behavior mean? Agitation or tears or aggression? It might be the signs of unsatisfied needs. The most dangerous one is pain. If person is inverbal, he is incapable of telling you where he feels the pain. There are different scales to identify through tactile movements where the pain is. Stress situations, that's why our cafes are not good for all, because there are too many people for some people. Aggression, which is not dangerous for health or life of person. If the church doesn't attack you with some tool, they can take a cane also that they're using to walk, walking cane, right? Or a chair or something else. In case of such dangerous aggression, we have a psychiatric service that we call up. I don't know whether you have such situation in Belarus, a special psychiatric ambulance that we can call up. It's not a voluntary, non-voluntary hospitalization. If the person becomes dangerous for health or life of other people, there are certain criteria how to get the person out of this aggressive mood. The easiest thing is to simply leave that room and stop communicating. When a person starts shouting, we start shouting back. Automatically, it's hard to put a stop to that. So it's better to remember that as soon as you understand that it's a fight, you're in a fight, you should leave. You take a deep breath and re-enter. It's better, you can distract the person's attention, try at least. It might help, might not help. What else? Yes, assistance and help must be delicate. If possible, next day you might invite a therapist and do some blood samples or urine samples. Constipation is a huge problem. People are not telling you what they're experiencing, and the situation might get worse. And to solve a problem of constipation for people with dementia in Moscow is unreal, is impossible. There are no specialists like this. Or for instance, dental problems. And such things, people are talking very little about that because this is something they want to sweep under the carpet. But it's not really good when people are feeling this discomfort and pain and you don't understand how you can help. That is why such things should be prevented. And then again, you should refer that person to a psychiatrist. There is a technology how best can be done. How to help such a person in a difficult situation? We work with what we have. If it's possible, we can take this person to the toilet. If a person had some drink, again, dehydration is a huge problem. People don't drink that much when they're old, and when they're suffering from dementia, they drink even less.
If it's possible, sometimes a senior person might have some common cold 37.2 that's high enough for them to become agitated or even become delirious. So if you have a chance, measure their BP, measure their temperature, take them to a calmer room. Well, I've talked about this a bit, the culture, tradition, who is friends, who is not friends in the family. I will also talk about this. So social workers did share this story at some point. There was a social worker visiting a grandpa, like in this blue and white and blue. And that grandpa attacked her with fists clenched. It turned out that ex-wife of this grandfather, he thought it was her because she liked this Navy-style blue and white stripes. So these things are the best taken care of, the best to be known and to be taken care of, prevented. So this terminal stage during the terminal stage, the last stage of communication, it's very important for caregivers it's very difficult to live through the parting of your loved one, as in permanent departing. So taking them by the hand, smiling, giving the person the chance to understand when the personality is gone, it's destroyed beyond recovery. The person can still understand that they belong, that they're not aliens here. And then when these last minutes have been spent together, it's extremely tough. Grabbing up the courage, plucking up the courage is really tough. But the sense of guilt, the feeling of immense guilt, is much tougher than this. Overcoming this pity and trying to help the sick relative even in the final days. In palliative care, if you have this in Belarus, this kind of training, 3-4 days could be the stage where the person is no longer able to swallow, to drink. It's very difficult to observe a close one in a state like this. It's extremely tough. Right, there it goes, there it goes. I've been trying hard. I've been trying hard to accelerate. So basically that's it. Possibly in the next part of the session there will be trainings, there will be some games of how we can try and put ourselves in the shoes of a person with dementia. Thank you, Alexandra. One question. I can allow one question. One practical question. Please, fire up. I don't think there are any. Okay, no curveballs, just a plain question. Can you talk about this psychiatric ambulance? The psychiatric. Yes, there is a law on psychiatric assistance, Article 9, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's impossible to institutionalize a person without their will, without their consent, their or their legal guardian. However, there is a situation that allows involuntary or non-voluntary hospitalization by an ambulance. It's a dedicated ambulance. The doctors are coming in case there is a threat the immediate threat to the person's life, like he's standing on the windowsill as if about to jump. So drug dependence, narcotics dependence, so these kind of things. The person is putting his or her life in danger, or that persons around them. So without psychiatric help, their health will deteriorate, and without this ambulance, and the person will not be able to take care of themselves. People with dementia, yeah, it's only used when there is an actual threat to life. You must have seen the situation of live alone grandmothers. They're all in their own piss and feces. They cannot wash, they cannot they cannot have some food, cook food. There might be some neglect on the part of relatives, might be not. And so this is the case of the intervention for psychiatric ambulance. Unfortunately, it's not always that these lonely grandmas, lonely senior women, they are not really institutionalized. They have to be 3 specialists from a dispensary, and they're summoned by neighbors normally. And then, yes, if there is a outcome like that, then the person can be hospitalized. The psychiatrist, when he saw the dismal situation of the living conditions, well, it was he said no. It's still not the case of when you need to hospitalize that woman. And unfortunately, yes, that woman did die in that horrible setting, from bed sores, from all kinds of complications. But if that person is hospitalized, then some treatment can be arranged. There are also judicial appeals or judicial applications, and yes, that person was hospitalized because of this and that, if there are no relatives. But this non-voluntary hospitalization, well, if you put it this way, especially for lonely people, it doesn't really work efficiently. Well, the agencies, the services are afraid that some relatives might indeed surface and then sue the hospital because they said, no, I didn't give my consent. Well, those random relatives they seem to jump right up when there is an apartment that is about to be vacated by the grandmother, and there will be some property, immovable property. Yeah, some legal issues, like you said yesterday, right? So we're working with the lawyers. Yeah, that's right. So the neighbors complain. They try to call an ambulance, and at some point there's grandkids, children that emerge from out of the blue, and they are like hovering over this real estate that's about to be vacated. Yes, thank you, Alexandra, for the interesting talk. I have this question. You've been talking about the case of aggression against the caregiver, so people with dementia getting aggressive. What about daycare or nursery home? There are two people with dementia, and they are not really friendly with each other at some point. They get aggressive against each other. Well, let's say what kind of communicative strategies can an expert use to try and mitigate the situation? Well, there's a whole system in there. There exists an entire system at which time this conflict happens between two persons with dementia. Okay, let's talk them. Grandpa Vanya and Grandpa Vasya. Vanya and Vasya fight at lunch because Vasya takes the seat of Vanya, and that irritates Vanya. So what happens? Who's involved in this whole pre-conflict situation? If you follow the breadcrumbs, you will be able to try and find a way of solving this, of resolving this. And you will be able to separate them. Like Grandpa Vanya can be fed in his room or at a slightly different time, not simultaneously, not contemporaneously. So if they live together, yes, they're separated. This is just no point to try and bring peace with them. So my grandma, this subtle old woman of 40-kilogram body weight, she really beat up her neighbor because she wasn't making the bed, and it was really important for my grandmother Anya, who just beat up that neighbor, that roommate. So yes, we separate such roommates if we can trace the problem and try and solve it. Yes, we try to do that. If that Grandpa Vanya is aggressive for some reason, possibly he experiences pain somewhere, possibly he doesn't like the outfit of his roommate, he reminds him of some enemy, some adversary of his. So we're trying to put on the Sherlock Holmes hat, and we're trying to identify the cause, the root cause of this aggression. Maybe it's this aggression is because the disease progresses. Oftentimes, the neuroleptic drugs are used. Aggression, neuroleptic, and that's it. There is no approach like even trying to understand. Let's observe for a day or two and look at what's happening. No, we don't do that. We just tend to use neuroleptics, and that's it. Some things are easily resolved, on the other hand, like the color of the curtains. The grandpa doesn't like the color of curtains. They cannot express it verbally. They're just waving their arms around. Maybe it's just yellow curtains that that trigger some reminiscence from the past, some bad experience. So it's important to talk to relatives, to ask about them, the likes and dislikes, what this patient with the main dementia used to like, favorite foods, favorite routine. So no matter how early I get up, I take 1 hour to have breakfast. I hate hasty breakfasts. 5 a.m. if it's an early flight, I wake up in advance. I like to have 1 hour for breakfast. This is my peaceful time of peace. People who have lived their life, this habit is ingrained in them. So when I teach at nursery homes, when I train people at nursery homes, I say just pay attention, be attentive, because that senior person cannot start that day well unless they have a cup of coffee in the morning. There's mashed potatoes, macaroni, cutlets. Well, it's all for everyone. But try and individualize your approach. Your patient's life will become easier, and your life as a caregiver or as a social worker will become easier. That Grandma Anya that I mentioned, she wouldn't remove her clothes and go to bed in a sweater. I said, leave her alone. Is it a threat to her health? Is it a threat to the roommate's health? No, not even close. So be flexible, and not just you're supposed to go to bed without clothes, stripped. So of course, nursery homes, one nurse per 150 patients, she cannot be flexible simply because she has to manage in extreme conditions. But yeah, it's the drawbacks of the system. Thank you. Exercising the rights of the moderator, I'll allow myself the luxury of throwing in a small contribution when you're talking about neuroleptics, that we're forced to use them. I remember this wonderful article that's related to psychiatry. In Russian, it's called How to be Normal in an Unnormal Space, in an unnormal facility, non-normal. So how we treat people who based on their diagnoses. And people, psychiatrists, there was an experiment. They were placed in institutions as if they were schizophrenic. And they were trying to observe the attitude of the caregivers. The caregivers didn't even notice that these are healthy people who try to imitate schizophrenia. They were treated as such. They were treated as actual patients with schizophrenia. Yeah, stigma, exactly. So I quote this article a lot because this article, the stigmatization of people, depending on the diagnosis, well, it's ubiquitous. It's a scourge for pretty much every place out there. Like onco diseases, there was a scary thing a decade or two ago. I was working with pediatric oncology, and we were running campaigns. People were scared even to approach us as if it's contagious. 20 years on, it all changed. It all changed. But with dementia, there's still a long way to go. There's a lot of stigmatization going on. So talking, people, we need to be talking. Colleagues, we're running out of time. I apologize. I wish to contribute slightly to this question, to this. There is a survey of residents of the adjacent towns and villages, of users of our services, if I got that right. They're not talking well among themselves. They're conflicting. 80% of those cases were because or were in public spaces where they had lunch, where they sit and communicate, and it's less so in the rooms. And also the survey showed that if we try to alternate, just like Alexandra said, if we try to change the system in the flexibility, more flexibility, yes, exactly, that's the word. Flexibility, it's respecting the human beings. It's much easier, fewer conflicts, your work becomes easier. It's not just for some people, it should be across the institution, in which case you will avoid a whole bunch of conflicts between the staff member and beneficiary, or between beneficiaries. Everybody will benefit. Exactly, and the hospital will not have to buy those expensive neuroleptic drugs. Yeah, it's more gain than waste, or more gain than harm, unless you're following a pattern. Thank you, dear colleagues. We are going to have lunch now. Questions can be asked during the breaks. Alexandra will stay with us during one of the master classes, workshops. We're getting back here 5 minutes to 2 Minsk time, so that at 2 p.m. we'll be able to hear those wonderful workshop presentations. There will be 4 sections simultaneously. They will be alternating to 2 in one room and 2 in the other. So you'll be able to pick one. The lunch is in the ground floor. Take your stairs down and take a right and walk straight.
Dear friends, while we're gathering here, I suggest that we start anyway. Please look here. Here you can find useful links for you. Secondly, we'll have a total of 4 panels. I already see all the speakers. Now each one of them will use about 10 seconds to say 3-4 sentences and to announce your masterclasses. You can select 2 of them. and it'll take 30 minutes for both questions and movements for each of the panel. I will, after the presentations, tell you where each of the masterclass will be organized, and you will be moving from one room to another to attend the session that you find interesting. It might be quite complicated, but not me if you understand. Okay, who do we start with then?
Нет, по раздельности.
No, do it separately, please. Okay, we are doing it together because both of us are from Caritas Austria, both Sylvia and myself. And Sylvia,
Я буду коротко говорить,
I will briefly tell you about how to work with a person with dementia, individual approach, and within 30 minutes of time, I will tell you about the methods to be used.
Und ich mache einen Workshop zum Konzept basale Stimulation.
У меня будет воркшоп по теме базальной стимуляции.
Wenn Sprache weniger wird und Menschen in
I
eine
will have a workshop on basal stimulation.
Störung gehen, dann brauchen sie basale Angebote.
Когда языковая функция, речевая функция.
When the speech function dies away,
Контакт, тогда
and there is a need to establish a quick contact, then we are doing the basal stimulation and basal examinations.
Bewegung und Kommunikation vorstellen, wie diese drei Bereiche miteinander zu tun haben.
мы будем говорить о восприятии.
We are going to discuss the appreciation, movements, and communication. These are the three things that we are going to discuss for 30 minutes.
Спасибо. Александра.
Thank you. Alexandra, you're next.
Я проведу несколько игр на, я их называю «Почувствуй себя человеком с деменцией».
I'm going to conduct a few games. I call those games Feel Yourself in the Shoes of a Person with Dementia. We have already put ourselves in those shoes. And also, if we have time, I'll show you how our Moscow Alice cafes work. We can also do this within 30 minutes. Very good. And Ludmila next. My name is Ludmila. I'm from Caritas Minsk. I'm going to talk about a 10-minute activation. This is a sort of exercise for your brain. This is a situation when a person simply isn't unable to move around or wants to move, and we want to advise that person what needs to be done so that he could exercise a bit to activate the brain functions. I will share some specific useful examples how to make it enjoyable for the person, to make it efficient. Very good. Now look, who is where now? Sylvia. You remember Sylvia, right? She will stay in this room. Across the corridor, well, you went with Aliona yesterday. That would be the room for Ludmila. You remember Ludmila, right? Good. Next, a bit further down the corridor, we have two more rooms. I don't remember which one is to the right, which one to the left. I remember their names. So Sigrid will be in the room called Pelican. This is to the right, I'm told. Okay. And then to the left, down the corridor, will be Alexander. Across the door from the Pelican. Yeah, that's what it says in my handouts. Alexander also remembers this. Good. And we perfectly fit the time frame because we have exactly 2 minutes now to move to the room which we find interesting.
Ich möchte Ihnen nur kurz erklären, was basale Stimulation meint. Basale Stimulation ist bei Menschen, die in ihrer Wahrnehmung, in ihrer Bewegung verändert sind.
Я хочу рассказать вам, что такое базальная
Now I
стимуляция.
would like to tell you about the basal stimulation. Basal stimulation is the method of treating people who are experiencing certain dysfunctions in how they perceive information, how they move.
Basal heißt, von meinen ureigenen Körperwahrnehmungen auszugehen.
Что такое базальный? Базальный, базовый.
What is basal? Basal means basic, fundamental, coming from the fundamental perception of one's own body.
Ja, wenn Menschen jetzt in ihrer Bewegungslosigkeit, in ihrer Wahrnehmungsveränderung auch eine andere Form der Kommunikation dann wählen, dann brauchen sie von uns Angebote, die sie wiederum erreichen können.
Поскольку люди имеют ограниченные
As long as people have limited ability to move around and perceive the reality, we must find other methods to reach out to them.
Den Körper, wir kommen über den Körper und mit dem Körper in Kontakt und in Beziehung.
это все происходит посредством тела,
All of it happens through body contact. Body physical contacts allow us to build a trustworthy relationship.
Ja, erst dann mit der sozialen Umwelt oder Reize aus der Umwelt aufnehmen können, wenn sie sich selbst ihres eigenen Körpers bewusst sind.
Дело в том, что люди смогут воспринимать
The thing is that people can accept or respond to external environmental impulses if they understand how their body works.
Denken, wie können wir Menschen wahrnehmen?
И здесь очень важно задать
And here it is important to ask yourself a question: how, in principle, we
Können wir Reize
treat people
außen
or perceive people,
uns beziehen?
как мы воспринимаем внешние
how we
раздражители
perceive the external
собой.
Und ich denke,
S-
diese
impulses and how we relate them to ourselves.
über Hören, Sehen, Riechen, Schmecken und Begreifen sind uns gut vertraut.
Нам всем знакомы наши традиционные
All
органы.
of us are familiar with our traditional perception functions.
Wenn ich jetzt Bewegungseinschränkung habe, dann habe ich auch weniger Möglichkeiten, diese Reize auf mich zu beziehen.
Но все равно, если я
But
ограничен
still, if I'm limited in my movement, when I have less capacities, these external impulses must be related to one's own feelings.
Vorrangig auch, dass ich meinen eigenen Körper spüren kann. Und daher gibt es auch noch 3 basale Wahrnehmungsbereiche, die es uns möglich machen, den eigenen Körper zu erleben.
Для этого я должна в первую
For
очередь
that, I first of all need to be able to feel and understand my own body. And there are 3 areas of basal perception.
Und Sie lesen das hier als somatischen Wahrnehmungsbereich.
вы можете их здесь прочитать.
You can read them out on the screen. Somatic perception,
Vibratorischen Wahrnehmungsbereich.
Вибрационное восприятие
vibration perception,
Wahrnehmungsbereich.
и вестибулярное восприятие.
and vestibular
Und
perception.
diese Körpersinne, diese Wahrnehmungsbereiche, die mich in meinem Körper besser erleben lassen, die vernachlässigen wir manches Mal.
И эти
And these
которые нам позволяют, в том числе
types of perception that allow us to feel our own body sometimes are neglected.
Wir nutzen stärker, wie ich schon gesagt habe, diese Umweltsinne vom Hören, Riechen, Schmecken, Sehen, Tasten.
гораздо чаще мы используем наши так
More
называемые
frequently than not, we use the so-called external forms of perception. That would be vision, hearing, olfactory functions.
Es ist sehr wichtig, uns zu überlegen, welchen Wahrnehmungskanal nutzen wir, dass wir Menschen erreichen können.
И когда мы работаем с
And when we work with people with limited capacities, including also motory functions and perception of external reality, we need to think which channel of perception should be used and which one is still open.
Ich habe hier ein Bild von jemandem, der bewegungslos liegt.
здесь на снимке мы видим
Here
человека,
on-
который лежит без движения.
You can see on the image a person who is lying down.
Versetzen, vielleicht hineindenken, was passiert, wenn ich mich nicht bewegen kann.
Мы можем мысленно
We can, of course, in our mind, move into the state of that person and try to imagine what happens to my body if I cannot move around.
Und Stunden, vielleicht den ganzen Tag.
try to imagine that it continues for minutes, hours, even days.
so einen hohen Muskeltonus habe und dieser hohe Tonus macht Bewegung nicht möglich.
Или же у меня очень сильный мышечный тонус.
Or I have a very strong muscle
Wir kennen das
contraction which prevents me from moving either.
aufgrund von Gelenksveränderungen.
Нам всем известно слово контракт.
All of us are familiar with the word contracture, which is a restriction of movement because of the changed or altered structure of the connective tissue.
Ursachen im Gehirn sein.
Очень много причин могут быть у такой ситуации. Например, как
There can be different reasons for that, including also some brain damages.
Erzeugen.
и в результате движения
And as a result, the movements can be altered or changed.
Formen von Demenz oder eben auch diese reduzierte Möglichkeit, aus dem Bett herauszukommen oder aus meiner Wohnung herauszukommen.
Причиной может быть также и деменция,
The root cause could also be a dementia, which is manifested in the fact that a person finds it difficult to rise up from the bed.
In dieser Bewegungsreduktion der Körper nicht mehr als Ganzes wahrgenommen werden kann.
и наш опыт показывает, что как
And our experience demonstrates that when a person is limited in his or her movement, he doesn't relate to his body as something whole.
Schwere Körperteile, Beine, Füße, Arme, Hände, Finger gehen in der Wahrnehmung relativ schnell verloren.
особенно периферийные части тела,
Especially the periphery extremities, feet, hands,
они достаточно
fingers and toes.
Durch diese Bewegungsreduktion werden bestimmte Körperteile sehr intensiv gespürt. Dort, wo Druck kommt, dort, wo dann Schmerz entsteht, dort geht die gesamte Wahrnehmung hin.
Таким образом, все восприятие сжимается.
In this way, all of perception is contracted and it's concentrated in some parts of the body where there is a muscle tension, where there is some pressure. In that part, the stress is felt much more acute.
Körper zu erleben.
Человек больше не в состоянии
And the person is no longer capable to perceive the body as an integrated unit, as a comprehensive unit.
Vielleicht nur mehr hier mit dem Oberkörper sich spüren.
And people describe that they can only feel their upper body.
свое туловище.
Dass sie nur mehr reduzierte Armlänge und Beinlänge haben.
Им кажется, что их руки
It seems to them that their legs and arms are shorter than they are.
Mehr spüren, sondern dass
They cannot feel isolated fingers
das wird.
because they believe it's some kind of a whole. It's not,
они воспринимают как
they kind of glued together.
массу, взятую вместе.
Und wenn wir das in unserer Vorstellung haben, dann
And when we put into our mind, when we're trying to impressing this, when we're trying to understand how we're working with these people, how should we be working with these people, with this reduced perception of their own body, what can we offer them?
У человека действительно такая ситуация, если его восприятие настолько ограничено, что мы можем ему предложить?
und daher Bewegung ist ein ganz ein wesentlicher Teil, dass wir unsere Umwelt
Movement is a very essential part of our cognition of the world around us. This is an important point.
Мы познаем окружающий мир.
ohne Bewegung ist keine
Without movement, it's impossible to accept or to perceive reality.
Ich drehe mich in diese Richtung und habe einen anderen visuellen
I turn in this direction and I have a different visual perspective, a visual stimuli.
ich drehe mich in eine andere Richtung und habe wieder
I turn into a different direction. And again, I have a totally different perception from what I see.
В эту сторону и опять же
My sight showed me something different.
indem ich Schritte mache, kann ich meinen Körper wahrnehmen.
When I make steps, I can feel, I can perceive my body.
шаги и воспринимаю опять же свое тело, например, за счет того, что я ощущаю сопротивление со стороны
Perhaps I can feel the resistance by the floor, so I can feel my feet pressing on the floor.
Dieser Bewegung kann ich meine Umwelt wahrnehmen.
Я щупаю, беру в руки какие-то предметы.
I'm feeling objects, I'm taking them into my hands. This also helps me perceive the reality, the world around me.
Kann. Dann
when I cannot actively do that, I need somebody else to help me, to put me in motion, to set me in motion. So that again, I can receive more information about myself and about my body. When I can navigate around in my own body, I can be more ready or more prepared to react or to interact with the world around me. I'm better prepared for that. People communicate verbally, but a lot more of communication is happening non-verbally, not involving language, spoken language. Communication means my intention to have some impact, to have somehow affect other people. And to reach the people, to get their attention, I'm communicating using my words, using my language, and using my body language to capture people's attention. In the basal stimulation concept, if we're operating this concept, we're talking also about the communication that is based on the body, or body-centered. We always use our body to make sure we are noticed or we can stay in contact. I'm using my body so that people around me could notice me and could perceive me. And now I'd like to talk about the somatic perception. The touch. The touch is the easiest way to perceive somatic experience, the somatic perception. The touches, they're used so often and they're so diverse. However, us being professionals, we need to understand what kind of movements we're using and for what purposes, what kind of touches and for what purposes.
Например, с помощью прикосновения я
For
могу...
example, I can touch to transfer the feeling of security. However, it might be a different touch, and the people will feel even more insecure than they used to before I touched them. How I make that touch, it can cause some person to feel more empathetic or more gravitating towards me. And on the other hand, my touch might cause them to want to distance from myself, to keep their distance, to avoid contact with me.
Важно об этом помнить, потому что...
It's important to remember that, because I can use a touch, and in a single second I can either get very close to the person, or by that same touch I can become very distant to him or her, from him or her.
Таким образом, базальная стимуляция, она базируется...
Thus, basal stimulation is founded or is based on touches that I use to build this mutual trust.
Таким образом, важно, чтобы я, не имея
That way, it's important if I cannot express the statement, please trust me, you can trust, you can confide in me. I must be able to transfer the same meaning using my touch. And since we have a workshop right now, it's a practical part.
Dass ich Ihnen jetzt ein Angebot zeige, das was als somatisches Angebot, als
Я хотела бы вам представить опыт, вот этот опыт, концепцию, почувствуйте ее, как прикосновение может работать. It's basically based on the described concept, rubbing the palms of hands. I would like to ask Tatiana to come forward, and I will use her to show how it works. And you can simply observe this tool, and you can observe how this movement, what kind of touches I'm making. And then we will try to summarize what were the criteria that my touches followed.
Genau, ja.
Also es ist möglich, jetzt diese Berührung über Kleidung zu machen.
Можно осуществлять прикосновение через
You can
одежду.
touch through somebody's clothes.
Я могу взять перчатку и опять же действовать через одежду.
I can pick up a glove, and again, I will be working, I will be touching through a body. You can also use a body oil or lotion and try touching through that. I take the decision based on the situation, what kind of a person I'm facing, and what would be most appropriate at the time and place.
Но самое главное это
But the
опять же
most important part is the principle of soma, somatic, bodily. Tatiana is supposed to feel that somatic contact, bodily contact, and through that contact, I'm supposed to demonstrate my attitude to build a relationship with her. Let's imagine Tatiana is lying in her bed. She's kind of taking this reduced posture. And I'm sitting next to her. She could be bedridden. She is limited in her movements, in her motion. The muscles are rigid. Or it could be the case that she's sitting in a chair or in a wheelchair. I will introduce myself. I will say who I am, but at the same time, I will start using these touches, communicate through basal contact. Tatiana, I would like to rub your hands and palms. Do you mind? No? Okay, I will start doing that. You start with the forearm, from the shoulder downwards, into the elbow, into the forearm, and to the palm, all the way from the shoulder to the palm. I'm observing Tatiana's feedback, response.
Я показываю ей, именно
I'm
показываю.
showing her with my movements, with my rubbing. The main mission is to show Tatiana where her hand is, where where the arm starts, so how it ends with the hand, with the palm, where the digits are, with the fingers. Because being immobile for a long time, for a prolonged time, she cannot feel it herself. And I'm saying again, I'm repeating this because there are so many receptors on the surface of our skin. These receptors can recognize heat or cold, about pressure, about vibration, but also about pain. These receptors are kind of translating the signals that I'm transferring. I speak in a language that is familiar to the nervous system, and through nerve endings, this information ends up in the brain.
И по вербальной или даже по
And
невербальной.
based on verbal and even non-verbal reaction of Tatiana, I make a judgment whether I should go on or whether I should stop, what I should do next.
Я провожу так называемое моделирование каждого отдельного.
I'm doing the so-called modeling of every single digit, every single finger. I'm passing through over its borders. I'm showing Tatiana where it ends, where it starts, where it ends. Again, to transfer this feeling so that Tatiana would feel her hand, her arm and her hand from shoulder to the tips of the fingers. I can wrap my arm, or I can wrap her arm with some clothing item, or with a towel, with a blanket, so that this feeling that she's getting right here from me, somatic feeling, so that she can process it further later on. The brain will do it for her.
И сейчас я перехожу к другой руке.
And right now I'm switching to a different hand, to the second arm and hand. So Tatiana is supposed to be cognizant, completely aware of her both hands and arms as full-fledged body parts, autonomous body parts.
Даже если у нас здесь движение
Even
ограничено.
if there's this reduced mobility, if the muscle tone is so high, I still model the hand like this. I model the size, the dimensions of the arm and hand, depending on the position, the current position of the hand, arm and hand.
И очень часто.
And oftentimes, I've seen situations, I've personally experienced that people can relax the muscle, that hypertonus is gone, and the fully rigid arm becomes stretched and is flexible again.
Это очень важно получить это ощущение.
And it's very important to get that feeling that my arm is not always rigid like this, and muscles are in high tonus. I can get Tatiana's arm to relax, to get that arm relaxed. Tatiana understands that she has fingers, digits that can function separately, using which she can pick up a glass to have a drink, to take a sip of water.
Она не может самостоятельно донести.
She cannot take that glass all the way to her mouth, but I can help her. And then, together with me, she starts feeling her body again. She regains the sense of her body.
Если мышечный тонус очень
If the muscle tone is too high, then of course you will not be able to, or the person will not be able to make a movement themselves. Even with external help, this movements might still be impossible because of high muscle tone.
Хорошо, Татьяна, пару слов.
Okay, Tatiana, can you share some feedback? What just happened when I was running my hands on your arm all the way from the shoulder to the fingertips? It was a pleasant sensation, and the arm did indeed relax. Although obviously I don't have hypertonus, but my hands, my arms, they became really relaxed. Just a bit more, and I could have a nap. I could have had a nap. Could have been having. Right. Thank you.
Das ist vielleicht wieder etwas, was so einfach erscheint, aber wir.
This might seem quite simple, but again, we're using that in our day-to-day routine. We don't use it enough.
Können Menschen mit dieser Form der Berührung nichts anfangen.
Бывает так, что многие люди не могут.
Sometimes it happens that some people, by using this form of contact or touch, fail to achieve any success. That is why, once again, I would like to urge you to use it as soon as possible and make it better formulated and better structured. Make the so-called initial touch that will be a form of tactile welcome. A person who we work with requires some time to understand that he's being greeted and that we start working with him like this.
Это то, что мы сейчас и сделали. Вы, наверное...
This is what we have done already. Maybe you were observing after our initial inception contact. I didn't let go the hand of Tatiana. Instead, I started to move up the activity. This is very important because it gives a person the feeling of calmness, that I'm starting the contact and I'm not dropping the hand. I'm still standing by close to them. And I moved up all the way up through the arm of Tatiana to touch all the potential receptors. And I sort of embraced the full hand and arm of Tatiana by acting up with my palms of my hands. And at the same time, I was acting in different directions from all sides. Usually we move, we do not do it against the grain. When we move along the hair growth, then our stroking movements are more welcome.
И, конечно же, я
And of course, I've chosen certain temperature of the palms of my hands, but I could also use some wet cloth or a lotion to create a feeling that I'm washing the person.
vorbei ist, zumindest über diesen somatischen Wahrnehmungsbereich, einer unserer größten Sinnesorgane, die Haut.
таким образом, да, сейчас, наверное, уже наше время.
This way, maybe our time is almost up, but I hope I managed to share with you the information about somatic feeling through the tactile touches and through the skin.
Menschen in Beziehung kommen kann, wie der Mensch eine Chance damit hat, sich selber im Körper wieder anders zu erleben.
Это возможность выстроить отношения с
This
человеком.
is a possibility to build a relationship with a person, and for the patient, also it's a great opportunity to start refeeling one's own body.
Leben bedeutet, ich kann mich auch wieder anders mit der Umwelt in Kontakt bringen.
А это качество жизни, это
And that spells out the quality of life, and this means also a new way in for the contact with the surrounding world.
Dreitägigen Workshop, um dann diese Inhalte, diese basalen Inhalte zu erarbeiten. Ja, und vielleicht sehen wir uns wieder oder vielleicht haben Sie woanders Gelegenheit, zum Konzept basale Stimulation sich noch zu vertiefen.
Это был очень короткий.
That was, in fact, a very brief overview, immersion into the subject matter, whereas we have a full-fledged 3-day-long seminar dedicated to all the aspects of basal stimulation. Maybe we'll have time to discuss it in greater detail sometime in future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wir können starten.
Мы можем начинать?
Can we start?
Это маленькая группа такая, да?
That's quite a small group.
Хорошо, тогда подходите поближе, присаживайтесь.
Please choose a seat closer to us.
Danke, dass Sie sich für das Konzept basale Stimulation interessieren.
Большое спасибо за ваш интерес к
Thank
концепции.
you for your interest to my seminar about basal stimulation.
Die in ihrer Wahrnehmung verändert sind, ein gutes Konzept.
Базальная стимуляция — это очень
The basal stimulation is a very good concept to support people with an altered perception.
Ganz viele unterschiedliche Ursachen haben.
восприятие может быть нарушено в силу самых
A perception can be
Es kann sein, dass
disorganized or malfunctional because of different reasons.
die Hirnverletzung in einen anderen Wahrnehmungszustand kommen.
может быть, что после какой-то черепно-мозговой травмы
Maybe after
другое восприятие реальности.
some kind of brain damage, a person
Menschen mit einer
perceives the reality differently.
mit dieser Halbseitenlähmung eine veränderte Körperwahrnehmung haben.
Бывает после инсульта также состояние,
Sometimes it happens after a stroke,
реальности меняется.
when a person
Wir
has an altered perception of one's own body and reality.
ihrer eingeschränkten Möglichkeiten immer mehr sich nur mehr auf ihren Körper zurückziehen.
Бывают также люди с деменцией, которые также
There can also be people with dementia, which because of certain processes
мозги, они также
in their brain,
полагаются на свое тело.
they cannot really rely on their body functions.
Möglichkeiten zu ihrem eigenen Körper und zur Umwelt haben.
И у них все меньше
And
как-то полагаться
they
на
have less and less capacity to rely on their body and their surrounding world.
Das Konzept hat aber auch ganz gute Möglichkeiten bei Menschen, die in dieser Sterbephase sich befinden.
И эта концепция также
In fact, this is the concept which fits very well and suggests totally new possibilities for people who are on their deathbed, so to say,
но также в самом начале жизненного пути.
but also in the very beginning of a life, or when we speak about pre preterm children.
Все эти люди — это люди, у которых изменено восприятие.
All these are the people with altered perception.
И с помощью этой концепции я пытаюсь
And
выяснить,
through this concept, I'm trying to find out which perception capacities still exist.
и восприятие, оно очень тесно связано с вопросом
And
о том, как
the
двигаться, насколько
notion of perception relates to the motory functions as well.
Таким образом, люди, у которых ограничено
This way, people with restricted motory functions or cannot move at all, they require certain support in the issues of perception of the surrounding environment.
Итак, каковы же наши каналы
Now,
восприятия, какие у нас
what are our channels of perception?
есть такие области восприятия, где
There are such areas of perception where we can perceive ourselves and our own body much better.
сюда относится так называемое
That includes the so-called soma, that is skin, body.
это наш самый большой орган восприятия.
That is our biggest organ for perception. But we also have vestibular perception.
Это в нашем внутреннем ухе расположенный орган, отвечающий
That's our third ear, which is responsible for a balance of our body.
Этот орган позволяет мне сохранить равновесие, сохранить баланс.
This organ allows me to stand upright and not fall down.
И я понимаю, как я могу разместить
And I understand how I can place and position my body in relation to the environment,
где находятся отдельные элементы
where
моего тела.
different elements of my body are located in the outer space.
И при этом мне помогает
And at the same time, I'm assisted by my vestibular organ of perception.
И опять же, человек, который
And once again, a person who is limited in his movements, who doesn't move around or is totally deprived of motory functions, loses his vestibular functions too.
если ситуация такова, так
If the situation is so severe, then using my exercises and actions, I try to
вестибулярного органа
apply certain impulses to the vestibular body, a vestibular organ.
я начинаю переносить свои весы,
See, I'm trying to apply my body weight and move around.
Если люди не в состоянии передвигаться,
If people are incapable of moving around independently, if they're incapable of doing these motions, you must help them do that.
то есть, например, можно начинать покачивать,
In other words, you can start, shaking around, start dancing so that they could start practicing their vestibular organ.
И это помогает человеку также
And
выстроить
this helps a person to build a better understanding where their body is in relation to other objects in the surrounding environment.
следующая важная сфера восприятия.
The next important area of perception is vibration perception.
Вибрации, они проходят
Vibrations
глубин моего тела до внутренних
can reach the inner depths of my body. And when I speak this way, I create certain vibrations within myself and I feel them. When I'm moving around, when I'm stomping my feet, each time I feel this vibration coming up. First of all, the bone becomes stronger because of such vibration. But aside from that, I, as a person, require vibrations to feel myself, to perceive myself as a living organism. Sometimes we call it auto-stimulation. When people start creating sounds, murmuring something, crying out, hello, we sometimes take it as a strange behavior. But this is why it's called auto-stimulation. These are the things a person does to feel himself or herself. I believe that it makes sense to use this vibration feelings and to pass them on to our charges. For instance, I can take the patient's palm and put it on my breast. Try to put your own palm on your own breast. Try to create murmuring or mooing sounds. See what you feel with the palm of your hand. It might sound strange to you, but for the person who we work with, sometimes it's a great chance to get this vibration feeling and build a contact with you. I can also put my palm of my hand and touch the elbow of the patient and create vibration in the body of the patient. Through the tubular bone, this impulse will move up to the shoulder or further on to internal organs of the body. For our patient, it would mean feeling alive and a great opportunity to feel the internal parts of one's own body. This way, there are all sorts of methods to instigate these vibrations using regular devices surrounding us in our life. Vibrating cell phone, for instance, is something that we use every day. We start feeling the vibration and pat our pockets whenever we feel the vibration. We can identify and detect this place right away. But it can also be an electric shaver. On the one hand, It is a daily device that you can use to shape yourself, but on the other hand, the same device can be used to increase a person's perceptions.
Und jetzt dieser dritte basale Wahrnehmungsbereich wäre der somatische Wahrnehmungsbereich.
Right. So that's the basal perception. By that we mean somatic perception. Our skin is the biggest or the largest organ of perception that a person can use to feel motion, to feel it touches. And by touching the skin, you can also build contact with the person and create lots of experiences in the body.
Oder eine grafische Darstellung unserer Wahrnehmungsbereiche. Sie sehen hier im vestibulär-vibratorisch-somatisch als Körpersinne.
Здесь представлена такая...
This is a graphic diagram showing our sensory organs. We see somatic, basal, this somatic, audio, rhythmic. Somatic is perception using our own body. And besides, there are 5 traditional sensory organs that help us perceive the outer world, the outer environment. For example, vision, visual perception, listening, hearing. We can get additional perception or additional impressions. Additional are oronasal canal, hearing, that's the nose and mouth, smell and taste. And there's also tactile perception, when I can feel some objects, feel their shape, and also create some sort of perception, impression.
Когда я работаю с людьми, у которых
When I'm working with persons with distorted, with impaired perception, I ask myself the question, which channel can I use to build communication, bridge for communication with this person? Possibly, or it so happens that we want to be so good to a person that we're using all perception areas simultaneously. But that can cause the sensory flooding. There will be excessive sensory stimulation. And ultimately, we want to be good. We want to be too good. But this abundance will be overflowing the capacity of the person to perceive. It will be too much for them to take.
Damit dieser Mensch sich über diesen Kanal jetzt ganz angesprochen fühlt.
Поэтому мой призыв к вам.
Therefore, my urge, my appeal to you is to look for and find the proper perception channel through which the person we're working with is indeed able to perceive what we're doing for them.
Was hat Bewegungsreduktion, Bewegungsarmut auch mit Wahrnehmung zu tun?
Опять же, отсутствие движений.
Again, lack of motion or restriction of motion, how is that related to perception?
Gar nicht sich bewegen können, verlieren auch ganz rasch ihre Wahrnehmungsmöglichkeiten.
Люди, которые не двигаются.
People who are immobile or they're very limited in their mobility, they quickly lose their perception capacity, spatial perception capacity.
Восприятие своего тела сокращается, и человек
The perception of their own body also shrinks, and the person starts feeling only the body, like the trunk of the body, the torso. or in some bodily, some section in the body, there will be some painful sensation. There will be too much tension causing painful sensation. In that case, all of the perception of the person will be focused on that single body section, and all other segments will be lost for perception. And for this reason, motion or vice versa, lack thereof, mobility restriction, it all is tightly interconnected, intertwined with the perception capability. Yes, indeed. Our time is shrinking as well. I would like to give you one exercise that is about somatic perception. That exercise involves rubbing the arms and hands, the palms of the hand, as one of the ways to enter into somatic contact. Exactly. Soma, skin, has a lot of receptors. Cold, warmth, pressure, vibration, pain. All of that can be transferred or can be transmitted, can be felt by the skin. And it travels through the receptors to the brain. The nerve channels will be used to feed this to the brain. After birth, we feel thousands and thousands of signals. Our experience is very important. This is the one that is gathered through skin. And we all can feel the kind of touch that will be a sign of benevolence, a sign of being good, or bringing us benefit. And on the other hand, the kind of touches that are unpleasant, that are antipathetic in their nature, antipathy.
körperbasiertes Angebot zu geben.
And I would like, together with Tatiana, to show you this exercise, how it's done, this rubbing of arms and rubbing of hands, how you can use this exercise to build relations, to build a bridge to the person, a communication bridge with the person that you're caring for. Depending on where I see the person that I'm working with, it could be a bedridden patient with a lot of muscle tone, with high muscle tone. Or it could be the other way around. The person can be sitting up, but they're curled up, they're rigid, they cannot untangle and sort of untangle and become open to the world around them. Depending on the situation, depending on the context, I will pick the method for rubbing the arm and hand, arms and hands.
И при этом речь идет не только об установлении контакта или о
In
выстраивании.
this, we're not talking about just building trust and confidence. It's more than that. Tatiana will also be able to feel or to perceive her body more comprehensively, more fully.
Я могу осуществлять это растирание с помощью своих собственных
I can
ладоней.
use my own palms to do the rubbing. I can pick up a wet cloth, or I can use some lotion, body oil. First, I welcome Tatiana. I say hello. And I also say hello with my touch, with my hands, using my hands.
Я наблюдаю за ней, я
I
наблюдаю за
observe her. I observe the moments when she feels my welcome, my hello.
Татьяна, можно я сейчас порастираю?
Tatiana, may I rub your arm and hand? I have the right oil exactly for that. We will take care of your skin, if you don't mind.
Я растираю масло на
So I'm rubbing the body oil on my arm, on my palms, but I'm not removing my palms from Tatiana's. I'm staying in contact. I'm maintaining contact. And then through her own skin, I give Tatiana the opportunity to become aware, to perceive herself, each finger separately,
до конца.
until all the way to the fingertips.
И я повторяю.
And once again, I'm repeating this movement. Receptors on Tatiana's skin might respond to my motion, to my rubbing, gentle rubbing.
Я наблюдаю за ее реакциями.
I'm observing her reactions. I'm watching her if she's giving me some feedback, maybe some verbal feedback. She's tell me something.
Невербальным образом, без слов.
There could be non-verbal feedback as well, not necessarily words.
Я повторяю свои действия.
I'm repeating my actions. I'm following her arm all the way from the shoulders to the hand, to the fingertips. I show her where her fingers end, where the tips are.
После того, как я завершаю, я
Once I'm done, I either roll down the sleeve back, or I can use a towel or a blanket to wrap around her hand, or her arm and hand, so that she can feel the post effect of the sensations that I've just given her.
после этого я меняю руку.
Once I'm done, I can change the skin. I can change the hand and do the same with my other. I can change the arm, and I do the same for her other arm.
Если есть высокий мышечный тонус, тогда
If the muscle tone is high,
выполняю эти движения
even then
и повторяю то,
I will repeat. I will follow the position of the hand.
Ну, Татьяне сейчас, конечно, не было сложно распрямить руку, но в
It
принципе
wasn't a big challenge for Tatiana to stretch her hand, but even with a very powerful tone, it might go away. It can go away. The person can feel that their arm can be more flexible. It's a very important feeling to communicate to them.
и теперь, когда я возвращаю это восприятие, ощущение,
And when I bring this perception back to her, when I bring back the sensation of her own arm, I can give a glass of water into Tatiana's hand. She will feel the ending of her arm, where her hand is, where her palm is. She'll feel her extremities and what she can do with them.
И это движение по стакана, к рту.
This motion, bringing the glass to her mouth, it also becomes possible. Tatiana will remember that and she will record how it happens, how she got the glass to her mouth. Summarizing a few words about this. What is important in this exercise? The important part is to use your body signals, touches, to send an unambiguous signal to the person. This is where I talk about initial touch. The first touch is a sort of an opening touch, the welcome. And I stay in this contact. It's not like me touching, removing the hand, touching back again. It's not like that. I've made that initial touch and I maintain that touch. I stay next to the person without removing my hand. I use all of the surface area of my palm to try and communicate with as many receptors on the person's skin as possible.
Я обволакиваю ее руку, воссоздаю оболочку.
I'm enveloping her arm. I'm kind of creating this envelope around her arm, which again sends the signal to Tatiana's brain. Okay, my arm is this long. It doesn't end around the elbow. It goes on. It goes on until the fingertips. And if we're making it rhythmically, along the growth of the hair, the direction of hair growth, this motion will be soothing. It will be perceived as soothing.
Если мы будем движение делать вверх-вниз, тогда это может...
If we make the up and down movements, this will cause our exercise to fail because if the person's perception is impaired, we will not get the things done right. I have talked about how we only work with one part of the body, the arm, but you can engage the entire body in principle.
Или только лишь, например, мы можем так...
Or we can only use or work on the leg. Just you rub one finger toe. Maybe in the future we expect that person to be able to put the foot down and feel the floor. The goal of my workshop was to once again show you and remind you of the perception canals, the perception channels that people have. So again, don't forget, apart from the usual ones, 5 sensory organs, there's also the somatic, vibration, perception, and vestibular, musculoskeletal perception.
Если вам это интересно, тогда мы можем сделать...
And if you're interested, we can run a 3-day workshop, comprehensive one. Each of the 3 days will be dedicated to one of the types of additional perception channels that I just mentioned, so that it will be more informative, more educational for you. I wish you all the best in your activities, in your line of work. And I hope that I will have some more fruitful ideas and some other fruitful ideas that I can share with you. Thank you. A coffee break is announced. Let's be back 55 minutes from now, 4:15. 4:15, we're back here. 4:15 means time. Yes, I'm about to announce that once again, loud and clear. Tea, coffee, water, or this is the last chance to try out parkour, unless you've already done so, the simulator. Enjoy your coffees.
Коллеги, устали?
Alex, are you tired? A bit. Is there anybody who is not tired? Who is still full of energy? Perfect. Then we have day number 3 for you. Well, listen, let's try to slowly wrap it up. Dear friends, please share your impressions. How do you feel? What do you think about quite a long day today, right? What you found especially interesting? Let's try to sum it up. Who can do this? Julia? Can you hear me? I will be sitting while I speak. I wanted to say that I liked very much this forum because I don't work with dementia people that much, but I still found it very interesting, and I see now that this is an omnipresent subject matter. As soon as I have my relatives old enough, and when I become old, and already there are a lot of people who require assistance, everything that we went through, although I'm not going to work with that tomorrow, but I have learned a lot of useful things. I would like to thank the organizers because everything was super top quality, and the credit goes both to all the speakers and the moderator. Thank you very much. When you were talking, I remember what Sigrid said yesterday about how important it is to talk within your community so that people in the postal office and at the shop know about the existence of such services. And our task is to create such an environment and to help people. That when Khalovna was collecting money yesterday, so that we would be more inspired by this. Yes, I was also inspired to share about this information through social media among other psychologists, and to talk to my relatives, loved ones, parents, grandparents. Sometimes I feel ashamed to ask a question which you think is important, but then you understand that you don't have time for that. Thank you. Yes, right away. Just speak into the microphone. Yes, first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers and speakers. Perhaps I will stand up. I feel more comfortable this way. Indeed, it was a wealth of material shared with us for free use. Thank you very much for that. And my personal impression is that this topic of dementia would, one way or another, relates to us. It doesn't matter whether we are professional people or not, but we still live in a society of people, and one way or another, we are related to people experiencing such difficulties. What I found valuable for me was that interactive parkour stations. I went through all the stations. You know, my impression yesterday, when thinking about them, I wrote down a list of emotions that I experienced during those stations. And you put them down. Yes, I did. You know, feeling of loss, lack of confidence, fear, shame. And when I incarnate myself back into the role of a normal being, I was proud that I went through that. But when you experience yourself what another person with dementia feels. You validate this way. And then this theoretical knowledge that you have goes through very practical prism, and you start feeling and understanding. And this is the validation for me that I experienced here and now. It indeed was a very valuable experience for me, very important experience. And I would like to wish my colleagues who are here and who were here yesterday to please care. And as Sergei said, now we are much better informed and aware, and something we can share with our communities who we work with, and first of all with our families where we live, by simply telling them what a person with dementia feels or might feel and what we know about this problem. This is an invaluable contribution into our future. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Well said. Of course. I think there are many things to say here. It's important to share one's personal experience. I'm going to say a lot. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the great opportunity to visit you. I'd like to thank the speakers. Each topic I found extremely interesting. Everyone fit it to the T. I discussed it with my colleagues. The venue, the environment, the speakers already create a lot of new neuronic links. I feel myself getting smarter. As for the suit, I discussed or mentioned what I felt while wearing that GERD suit yesterday. Yes, I have a number of personal remarks to make. As for Alexandra, who spoke about the charity marathons, just my kid, he loves running, and during such charity runs, we can do this for dementia, for adults with disabilities. I take my kid to such races. I explain to her that we have people suffering from such diseases, and my kid learns about realities of the world through such charity things, charity runs. And I would also like to share my yesterday's impressions. Ludmila is not here, but people keep talking about the assistance to people, to caregivers and patients. We were discussing with my colleagues, we still pay less attention to relatives, but they're much closer to the person in need. And the emotional burnout is, this is the greater risk for them than even medical professionals. Of course, all sorts of assistance is required for people with terminal diseases, but we will never cure such a disease. We can also only help mitigate it. But relatives who are under constant stress, they suffer psychologically, and then it can become psychosomatic disease and other diseases. So I think more attention should be given to relatives and caregivers. Parkour stations prove to be full of emotions. I personally like very much the ones with the words and the memory. I thought my memory was not so good because I keep 1,500 different notebooks to keep notes, but it turned out that my memory is quite okay. I remember how you remembered the address and the details about the outpatient clinic. Yes. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank my colleagues. This proved to be a great event. I would love to be invited to a similar event again next year, of course, next forum. Why not? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hello, my name is Alexandra. I come from the field. I work directly with people with dementia. 80% of our clients are people with dementia. We have a in-residence center where people are staying overnight, or some of them will reside there forever. I have a similar euphoria like Vera. I need to reflect on that overnight. But first of all, I'd like to thank you for the cooperation and all this context that we learned about today. We need to help each other because as a manager of such a private center, we work more or less autonomously, and we're like in vacuum. Whenever we have a question, we don't know where to run and who to refer to, but such support and understanding that you're not alone. There are many other people like that. And thank you very much for arranging everything. I know because I'm a manager of a center, I know how difficult it is to organize such big events. Thank you. You know what? I will add another thing. Alexander mentioned important things about partnership, that we continue with that. And you know what? My soul calls out, one thing is when it is done by somebody else from outside. Of course, it's easier. But if everyone pitches in and does autonomously and independently helps in organizing such things, the breakthrough will be phenomenal, I think. Hello, my name is Ekaterina. I was a bit late yesterday and today and yesterday, but I would like to thank you especially for remembering those people who already know something about dementia, because I'm a person who works almost on a daily basis with relatives, with people, with social workers, with daycare centers. I work in Hestakamin, and for me, it was very important to see and hear those people who I'm following in social media. Thank you, Alexander, for being with us. I thank you for meeting new people. It was a great, very revealing experience for me. And the thing that I deepened my knowledge, even if I consider myself quite experienced in this, and that we think ourselves quite advanced, I still could verify or check back against other people's experience. Seemingly, I was experienced, but if Alena Stanislavchik didn't send me the link, it might have turned out that I would have learned about this event tomorrow. We are all in a vacuum. Indeed, we do a lot of things at the same time. It's great that we meet again people from Caritas, because I remember 10 years ago we were cooperating with them, doing a joint project together. And now, again, we're together and can do some good things. Thank you. Thank you. Will there be somebody else eager to share? Of course. Of course. Thank you. I'll be brief. Speak into the microphone, please. I must thank again the UNFPA team. Thank you, Olga, for always being there, for keeping track of things, for being flexible. Thank you for being innovative. Thank you for contributing all these new practical methods and innovations into our country. And thank you for making the quality of people's life better, be it people with disabilities, elderly people, and take my word for it, many organizations value that. Everything you do is important. Thank you for today and for yesterday, for the practical sessions. I personally am not so experienced on this matter. Why I was running late for the summary, because I was doing parkour now. I couldn't do it yesterday, and I felt, you know, a storm of emotions, all sorts of emotions, because I do have a person with dementia in my family. My mother is taking care of him. I understand the feelings of my mother. Now I understand the feelings of my grandmother. Now I understand it better. I thought I understood her in the past, but now I understand it much better, much better. And based on the example of my family, I'm going to do everything possible to improve the quality of life of both my mother and my grandmother. And onwards, my organization, we are present here as a center of efficient communications. Both my colleagues and I will continue along this path, and will continue to try to improve the quality of life of the elderly people. Thank you very much. Thank you. So maybe I'll give the mic to the organizers and the speakers. Maybe somebody else? No? Yes. To be honest, I'm quite tired by now. I've spent a lot of energy. In fact, it was a great honor for me to be at such a big international event. That is why. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Caritas Austria, Caritas Vitebsk. It was a great opportunity for me to share our experience, and all our projects, of course, could be well customized for Belarusian context. Please learn from us. Write to me. I will help you with advice and everything. Very rewarding audience, great crowd, people. I liked the quality of organization. So I'd like to thank the organizers and the participants, and great city of Minsk. I will have a couple more days. I will take in the sites. Of course, you must. I've worked for a number of years under the leadership of Natalia Milkota. She's the author of the book, one of the authors of the book on dimension. Yes. And she says that she is quite busy and couldn't attend, but such people must be remembered at such events. And in fact, communicating with her for a number of years, we have visited both children's and adult institutions, and such team of people gives you more energy. Sometimes you find yourself in a situation that you would never dream yourself to be in, to see another side of human life, but it makes you stronger. I've worked for 5 months as a sitter for the company Bliski Люди. They're also quite professional people. They come highly recommended. And the feeling is that like you're totally alone. And when you end up here and see how many other people are doing similar things. Thank you for that. Thank you. Who's next? Are you tired? Shall we wrap it up, Olga? Okay, some final remarks from you. Yes. You know what? In fact, everything was so interesting and inspiring. I've been a listener, pure and simple, like everybody else. And I already thanked all the speakers for very interesting and easy to digest information. Besides, I also went through some of the stations. I didn't do the makeup because that station proved to be the most popular. I couldn't squeeze in. Some things proved to be easy for me, like putting different objects from one boat to another proved to be impossible for me. I didn't get angry. I tried to do it diligently without using my hands, to use my knife and fork. I also put on the GERD suit. Very impressive, unforgettable experience. The most difficult thing for me was how to count money. I realized that I'm not good with that. Maybe I'm not good with money counting even now. I might get even worse. I've already shared with my colleagues that I realized for myself two things. These are the two news for me. One is bad news and good news. Bad news for me is that we still haven't done such an event before. We always postponed it because of different circumstances. We thought to organize it under different format or maybe change the topic. No, it is perfect. We should have done it much earlier, because now we would have made some progress. But good news is that we have done it. We have done it, and I will agree with everybody else who said that such an event is not only informative, but it is partnership building event. And we have partners in Russia, we have partners in Austria, we have partners in Serbia, we have partners here. We have a lot of things in Belarus as well. And our task now is to systemize, put all this experience together and make progress. We understand that some awareness raising campaigns should be put together what format and how, it is a matter of separate thinking. But it is clear that we should reach out to regions that should be targeted, should be practically oriented, with the participation of both specialists on what is equally important. It must raise general public awareness that people shouldn't be afraid of that. They should understand what it's all about. That's all they need to know. Help and know. That's the title of our event. Know how to help. This is exactly what we're going to try to achieve maybe next year. Of course, thank you, Caritas, for your help, both Caritas Austria and Caritas Belarus. And I would like to thank all other participants for their active contributions in the course of the past 2 days, for the interactions and help. Also, I would like to tell you a few words about people who are behind over there, but who made it all happen. Because I wasn't doing the arrangement here, not even Sergey. Sergey deserves a separate words of thanks for this flavor, for the created atmosphere. Easy, unofficial, easy on terminology. Thank you for contributing this diversity and your inimitable energy into all our discussions. But in the back of the room, aside from Sergey, we see silent people. First of all, Masha. Masha, this is in fact your baby. You were interacting with all the speakers here, and you are our hero today. Julia, who is responsible for all communications, for everything related to the development of the logo and the info emailing. She's all about this. Our Marusia, who has been coordinating, although she said I was doing it only for 2 days. No, she has been coordinating all these interactions, videos, photos, visual part. Nikolai and Alexandra, who were recording the whole thing, who made us look even more beautiful than we are. Thank you for that. And of course, Maxim and Nikolai, who provided no glitches here, the people whose faces we couldn't see, but whose voices we recognize, owing to whom everything was done top-notch. There, Nikolai, Yuri, and Evgeny, who were helping us with the interpretation. I was checking back the quality of the interpretation, even when Ivana was not on the screen. I think I haven't skipped anybody. I spoke about speakers yesterday and today. I mentioned our main heroes before, and maybe that would be the end of our event, because such a team cannot think of anything further. And that would be the end of my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, dear friends. There's a small feedback form that will encourage you to fill out. You can save it for later, but it's best to fill it out.